Good morning, Donna.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. Shall we start now? So happy morning to all of you. Let us start now today's class. So in the previous class, we have been discussing about the measurement of simple correlation coefficient. How to measure simple correlation coefficient. In continuation of that, today we are going to discuss about the measurement of partial and multiple correlation. So, first of all, you must know what is partial correlation and what is multiple correlation. Then, let me discuss with you the steps in measuring partial and multiple correlation. Yesterday, we were discussing about simple correlation, which means measure that measures relationship between a dependent variable and another independent variable. Simple correlation is a measure of the relationship between a dependent variable and another independent variable. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me continue then. Say, for example, if you are going to measure the performance of a salesman whose performance depends only on the training imparted to him, then if you measure the relationship between the training and the sales performance, it is called simple correlation coefficient. Yesterday, I have told about law of demand and law of supply also. As per the law of demand, if the says quantity demanded decreases. On the other hand, if the price decreases, quantity demanded increases. So there is an inverse relationship between these two variables as far as law of demand is concerned. Whereas in case of law of supply, it is a direct relationship. That means both the variables move in the same direction. Both independent variables depend in the same direction. Now both come under simple correlation. Why? Because under law of demand, we take into consideration the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. We take only price and the quantity demanded. Quantity demanded depends on the price. Therefore, quantity demanded is the dependent variable. Price is independent variable. So the relationship between a dependent variable and another independent variable is measured. That is called simple correlation. But what happens in real situation, in the real world, the quantity demanded does not only depend on price. There are so many other factors which will determine the quantity demanded of a particular commodity. Even if the price is more, sometimes people used to buy more. When means if the income is also more. If you have sufficient amount of income, you will not bother about the price. You will buy more, even at the higher price. Therefore, demand of a particular commodity not only depends on the price of the commodity, but also factors like income and then price of the substitute goods, taste and preference, size of population. That many factors are there. Therefore, here the influence of other factors should also be taken into consideration. If you eliminate the effect of other factors and can see one factor to measure the correlation, then it is called partial correlation. I repeat, under simple correlation, we used to measure the relationship between a dependent variable and another independent variable. However, in practice, in our real life situation, a dependent variable may depend on several factors. So, for example, the cotton produced in a factory may depend on the efficiency of the machine, the technology used, the quality of the cotton, and the efficiency of the workers, and so on. Therefore, it becomes necessary to have a measure of relationship in such complex situation also. Here in this case, partial correlation is used for this purpose. Under partial correlation technique, it is useful when one has to develop a model with 3, 4 or 5 variables. For example, you take for example, suppose y is a dependent variable. Y is a dependent variable and it depends on n number of other variables like x1, x2, x3, x4, x5, x6, x7 like that. I repeat, carefully listen to this. Y is a dependent variable. This dependent variable depends on n number of other variables, many number of other variables like x1, x2, x3, x4, x5, x6, x7 like that. In this case, partial correlation is used. What is then partial correlation? Partial correlation is a measure of the relationship between y, that is dependent variable, and any one of the other variables, namely x1, x2, x3, x4, any one of the other variables, as if other variables have been eliminated from the situation. Let me put it in simple words now. We have y as a dependent variable and we have 4 other variables, x1, x2, x3, x4. So y depends on x2, x3 and x4. Now, if you measure the relationship between y and x1, eliminating the effect of x2, x3 and x4, then that is called partial correlation. So there are 4 factors. We take into consideration only one factor, eliminating the effect of, set asiding the effect of other factors. That is called partial correlation. I hope you would have understood the concept now. Now you please turn to page number 182 of your study material. All of you kindly turn to page number 182 of your study material so that this concept may be clearly explained now. Please turn to page number 182.
Okay, sir.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Let me read out the sentences given there so that you can understand the concept easily. You can page number 182, please. Page number 182. I will read out the concept now so that you can understand. The partial correlation coefficient is defined in terms of simple correlation coefficient as follows. Let R12.3 denote the correlation of x1 and x2 by eliminating the effect of x3. Now in this case, there are 3 variables, x1, x2 and x3. We find out correlation between x1 and x2 in effect of x3. That means we did not consider x3, though it is there. That is called partial correlation. It is denoted like this, R12.3. That means 1 and 2 is correlated, 3 is set aside, eliminated. Are you able to understand the concept now?
So kindly explain once again, sir.
See, there are 3 variables, x1, x2, x3. Generally, what happens, correlation can be measured for 2 variables only, x and y, or x1, x2. When there are more than 2 variables, we resort to partial correlation coefficient method. What happens in this case, we have x1, x2, x3. We measure the relationship between 1 and 2, eliminate That means we don't consider 3 as a factor, though it is there, that is being set aside, eliminated. We consider only 1 and 2 and find the correlation. That is called partial correlation coefficient. Similarly, you can find out correlation between 1 and 3 eliminating 2. And similarly, you can find out correlation between 2 and 3 eliminating 1. So when you find out correlation between 1 and 2 eliminating 3, it is denoted like this. Let R12.3. That means correlation between 1 and 2 is measured, eliminating the effect of 3. Now, likewise, you can do 1, 3, 2 also, 2, 3, 1 also. Clear?
Okay, sir.
Now we can move further and you can go through the formula. The first formula is R12.3. That means 3 is eliminated. We take only 1 and 2 into consideration. Then the formula is like this. Next formula, similarly, 13.2, which means 2 is eliminated. We take only 1 and 3. We measure correlation between 1 and 3. Similarly, 1 is eliminated in the third formula. We measure the correlation between 2 and 3. And there are 3 variables. You can do like this. You can keep 1 and 2 together, eliminate the third factor. Or 1 and 3 together, eliminate the third factor. Or 2 and 3 together, eliminate the first factor. So under 3 situations, the formula are given. Just go through the formula. We have to work out the problem now. Shall we start working the problem now? Shall we start now? You have to apply this formula and find out the answer.
Sure, sir.
You will be given R12, R13, R23. 3 correlations will be given. You have to find out either R12.3, R13.2, R23.1. Whatever is asked, you have to find. Turn to next page, please. Problem 1 is given. Next page. Given that R12 is equal to 0.6, R13 is equal to 0.58, R23 is equal to 0.70.
Excuse me, sir. Slide not change, sir.
Pardon?
Slide not change, sir.
No, you have to take your study material, otherwise, okay, I will show you. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
You have a study material, just to take it.
Okay, sir.
Just a minute. I'll share it now. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That is the first problem which is given in page number 183. Now let me read out and tell you how to work out this now. Given that R12 is equal to 0.6, R13 is equal to 0.58, R23 is equal to 0.7. Determine the partial coefficient correlation R12.3. Now you have to refer to the formula of 12.3. In the previous page, it is there. Go back to previous page. R12.3. This is the formula for it. First, you write down this formula and then apply the values. R12.3 is equal to R12 minus R13 into R23 divided by root of 1 minus R13 square into 1 minus R23 square. Now this formula is to be applied. You write down the formula first and then apply the values. Just apply the values and see that you are getting the answer. Just take 2 to 3 minutes, please, and then apply these values. Say in the examination, you are allowed to use the calculator provided it is not the scientific calculator. Scientific calculator is not allowed. And similarly, any other electronic gadgets are also not allowed. Any form of electronic gadget is not allowed, except ordinary calculator. So this paper research methodology of this paper consists of both the theory and practical part. Sometimes what happens, more of theory will be asked than the problems. Sometimes some weightage will be given to problems. When the problems are asked, the areas where you will get most likely the problems only I am dealing with you now. See, first unit and the last unit, both the units are completely theoretical oriented. And the second, third and fourth unit only, we have problems. Second and third units, more problems are there. Fourth unit, mostly theoretical oriented than the problem oriented. So almost 3 units, you have theoretical concept. So concentrate on theoretical part. Doesn't mean that if in one question paper you don't get a problem, you will not get a problem at all. There are question papers where you will get problems also. And chi-square or even correlation, these are the areas where you will get the questions in the examination. So concentrate more on theoretical concept, and concept side you concentrate on these areas which we have been discussing now. I am going to discuss another important chapter in problem-oriented area, that is ANOVA, analysis of variance. With that, I hope we can complete the course. Once this correlation is over, I will move to ANOVA. So my humble suggestion is, don't leave problem part, concentrate only on theoretical. 3 units, 1, 4 and 5. These 3 units I oriented. That we concentrate more. The other 2 units you have problems, especially this chi-square, ANOVA, correlation. These things may likely to appear in your examination.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, in this sum, step 4, how 0.8146 will come, sir?
Root of 0.6636. How much?
Yes, sir.
How much you are getting?
Sorry, sir. I don't know, sir.
Root of 0.6636.
Yes, sir.
That is 0.8146.
Okay.
Then root of 0.51 is 0.71.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Instead, you can multiply inside and take root also. Then you
Okay.
0.58 straight away.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
If you have completed this, you please tell me, we can move to the next part. Is it over now?
Yes, sir.
Say you have calculated R12.3, no? Am I correct? For this given problem, you have calculated R12.3.
Yes, sir.
For the same problem, you calculate R13.1.
Okay.
You try R13.1, please. Write down the formula first and then apply the values. R13.1. If you turn to previous page, there is a formula R13.1. Sorry, R13.2. R13.2. The formula is there. You write down the formula and then apply the values, find out the result. R13.2 for the same problem. it is over, we can move to the next part. Please tell us immediately. Once you complete the process, please tell me that we can move to the next part.
Sir, 0.2750 is the answer.
Okay, I don't have the answer with me now. You can verify with others, somebody. Okay, now let us move on to the next topic, multiple correlation. Multiple correlation. Please turn to page number 185. Please turn to page number 185. There at the end of the page, you will find formula for multiple correlation. All of you turn to page number 185. It is on the screen. You can also see that. Yes. Now here it is given as R1.23. That means we are finding correlation between X1 and taking X2 and X3 together. There we have eliminated, here we have taken together. That is the difference between partial and multiple correlation. Here, correlation between 1 and 2 and 3 together as a factor. Then next one, correlation between 2 and 1 and 3 taken together. Similarly, in the next page we have correlation 3 between 1 and 2 together. It is called multiple correlation. Under partial correlation, we find out 1 and 2 eliminating 3. Here we find out 1 with 2 and 3. That is the difference. Now you can go through the formula and work out the problem given in page number 186, problem 3. Find out R1.23. That means correlation between 1 and 2 and 3 taken together. Once you complete this, let us move on to the next topic, ANOVA. Problem 3 and problem 4. 2 problems are there. You can go through and tell me your doubts if any. First, always write down the formula and then apply the values. Once you complete problem 3 and 4, you please tell me. We can move on to the next topic, please. Shall we move further now?
Yes, sir.
Completed? Shall I start analysis of variance? Shall we start now? Analysis of variance.
Yes, sir.
That is completed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now listen. This analysis of variance, simply known as ANOVA, is another important area where the problem may be asked. This analysis of variance is a statistical method or a tool which will analyze the influence of one or more independent variables on the dependent variable. The influence of one or more independent variable on dependent variable. This will be used by the business people to evaluate the influence of one factor on the other factor. Therefore, depending upon the result, they will formulate the strategies. So now, note down this problem, please. Just note down the problem quickly, please. The details of sales affected by 3 salespersons in 3 door-to-door campaign. Following are the details of sales affected by 3 salespersons in 4 door-to-door campaigns. We have to construct an ANOVA table and find out whether there is any significant difference in the performance of these 3 people. Let me explain the problem first and tell you how to solve this now. So 3 salespersons are there, namely A, B, and C. Their performance in 4 areas are given to you. Salesperson A has performed like this: 8, 9, 5, and 10 in 4 different. Let it be 8 lakhs, 9 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. Okay. So that is the performance of salesperson A. Similarly, B and C are given. For B, the performance is 7, 6, 6, and 9. For C, the performance is 6, 6, 7, and 5. Now, you have to construct an ANOVA table and tell whether there is any significant difference in the performance of these 3 persons. Difference is there, but whether it is a significant difference or not, we have to say that. So the performance of salesperson differs from each other in different areas. Now we have to say whether there is any significant difference in their performance. For that, we have to resort to the ANOVA test. And we have to construct ANOVA table and get the result. Have you understood the problem now? Note down these values in your notebook so that we can work out. I will keep this. I will remove from this screen now because we are going for solution. Shall I move for solution now? To take the study material, turn to page number 172.
Page number, sir.
Page number 172. And
Sir, I have a
put
question,
it on the
please.
screen now.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Sir, on the screen, we could see multiple values for each salesperson. So I'm trying to figure out whether these values are for different days. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how can
Different
there be
areas,
multiple
different
values?
areas, sir.
Different areas.
4
Okay,
areas. For A,
Okay.
4 areas. For B, another 4 areas. For C, another 4 areas. Now we have to say whether there is any significant difference in their performance, sales performance.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now please turn to page number 172. We'll start the solution for that. Is it visible on the screen, sir? Page number 172. Last part of the page. Method 2, shortcut method. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we have to find out sigma A. That is, A is the salesperson. The total performance is to be added together. That is called sigma A. What is the value of A? 8 plus 9 plus 5 plus 10. How much you are getting?
32.
It's like that.
32, sir.
Sigma B, sigma C. All the 3 total values you have to find out.
28, 24.
Yes, sigma A 32, sigma B 28, sigma C 24. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then you find out the total of all these values. That is called T, capital T. T is equal to sum of all sample items, sigma A plus sigma B plus sigma C. That is 32 plus 28 plus 24 put together 84. So it is the first step in the construction of ANOVA table. Whatever sample given, you find out the total of each sample and sum of all samples. That sum is
Okay,
known
sir.
as T, total T, capital T. Are you able to understand this now? This is the first step.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me move on to the next step. Turn to page number 173. There, n is equal to total number of items in all the samples. How many items are there in total? In sample A, 4 items, sample B, 4 items, sample 3,
12,
4
sir.
items, 12. Sometimes
12.
it will differ also. In sample A, 4, sample 3, 5, sample 3, 3, like that also maybe. You have to take the total. Okay? Total 12 numbers. Now we have to find out the correction factor. Correction factor formula is T square by N. T is 84, and for T square by N is equal to 84 square.
Sir, can you repeat the sum of all sample items
Yes,
values?
sir. For A, the total is 32.
Okay, sir.
For B, 28.
Okay.
For C, 24.
Okay, sir.
Take the total of all this.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
That is called T, sum of all sample items. Then N, number of items. 4 plus 4 plus 4, 12 items. Then we move to the correction factor. Correction factor. T square by N. Already we have calculated T. The value of T is 84, therefore 84 square divided by N. N means total number of items, 12. So 84 square by 12 is...
Hello.
Hello. Is it okay? You find out the correction factor, 588. Did you understand up to this?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, next table. We have to calculate the square of all the values. Square of all the values. Say, salesperson A. He has 4 values, 8, 9, 5, 10. Write them one by one in the table like this. You create a table like this. Write the values one by one like this. For A, there are 4 values. For B, there are 4 values. For C, there are another 4 values. And square up all the values one by one. Separately, you square up the values. 8 square, 9 square, 5 square, 10 square, like that. And find out the total of all the squared values. Work out in your notebook, please. Because I am going to give another problem that you are going to work out on your own. There will be no screen. You have to work out on your own. Write down all the values one by one and square it up. Take the total of all the squared values. Over. There on the screen, you can copy it down also. Need not find out the values one by one. Just learn the procedure now. You have to work out the problem on your one. Next. Did you get 618 total?
Yes, sir.
Now, next step. Look into the screen, please. Sum of squares of deviations for total variance. Write down like that. Sum of squares of deviations for total variation. That is equal to sigma x square minus correction factor, which we have already calculated. CF, correction factor, 580.
588.
Yes. So 618 minus 588, you will get 30. That is equal to sum of squares of deviations for total variance. Right? Shall I move to the next step?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have calculated two values. One is correction factor, other one is sum of squares of deviations for total variance. Correction factor is 588. Sum of squares of deviations for total variance is 30. Over? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, move further. Next page. Sum of squares of deviations for variance between samples. You write like that. Sum of squares of deviations for variance between samples. Look at the screen. Write down the value, sentence. Sum of squares of deviations for variation between samples. First one is total variance between samples. The formula is like this. Sigma A the whole square by N1. Sigma B the whole square by N2. Sigma C the whole square by N3 minus correction factor. Write down this formula and apply the values. Sigma A the whole square. Sigma A is 32. 32 square by N1. N1 means number of items in the first sample. So first sample is A. Number of items are 4. Number of items may differ from sample to sample also sometimes. Likewise, you find out sigma B the whole square by N2, sigma C the whole square by N3, and from all that you deduct correction factor.
Sir, in the exam, sir, I have a question. In the exam, would we be expected to know all these formulas by heart, or would they be given?
Yeah, sir. You have to have all these formulas by heart. No clue will be given there. If table value is there, table value will be provided. That's all.
So, it'll be of great help if you could tell us if we will have to solve these problems or we can simply concentrate on theory, because I went through two.
That's what I told. Your syllabus consists of nearly 50-50 theory and problem. Unit number 1 and unit number 5, even unit number 4 to a great extent, contains theoretical portion. Only in unit number 2, 3 and some part of 4, you will get problem-oriented areas. If you concentrate more on theory, definitely you will expect to get pass mark, minimum pass mark. And in case some of the question paper setters may concentrate equally, in that case you will end up in danger. There you need the help of these problems also sometimes. In that case only, you have to rely on these problems. The only important areas I am telling, not all the areas. Only important areas where you will likely to get the questions. If at all the is a question paper setter, select problem area. Another one is ANOVA, correlation, regression. These are the areas in which mostly they concentrate. That is why I am concentrating on this. Otherwise, if you go through unit number 1 and 5 thoroughly, and 4, there you have a problem as well as theory. All the theoretical part you can go through. Definitely, you will get sufficient number of questions to get pass mark, at least to get a pass mark. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anyhow, this is for your safe side. If this step is over, let me move on to the next step. It is over, you tell me now.
Over, sir.
Now, we have calculated 3 values. One is correction factor, other one is sum of squares of deviation for total variance, that is 30. The third one is sum of squares of deviation for variance between samples, that is 8. Now, this correction factor will not appear anymore now. Then we have only 2 values. With the help of these 2 values, we are going to construct ANOVA table. So focus carefully on this ANOVA table. Is it visible on the screen now? Construct the table first. Don't enter the values inside. I will tell you how to enter the values inside. First, you write the columns. Source of variation, degrees of freedom, sum of squares, and variance. Create one more column, ratio. Create one more column, please, ratio. After variance, you insert one more column, variance, ratio. F ratio also you can write, F ratio. And in the first column, sum of variation, source of variation, write between varieties or between sample and within samples. Between samples, within samples. Only these things you write. Don't write any values inside. I will tell you how to enter the values inside. If the table is ready, tell me. I will tell you how to enter the values and calculate the ratios.
Table constructed, sir.
Yes. I will tell you how to fill up the table. Okay. Now listen. Source of variation. There are 2 things: between sample and within sample, and then total. Right? Degrees of freedom, sum of squares of deviation, variance, and then ratio. Another column you just introduce F ratio. Okay. Now we have 2 values with us. One is 30, another one is 8. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I told you that leave this correction factor. That is over. Then we have 2 values. One is 30, other one is 8. For 30, I told sum of squares of deviations for total variance. For 8, I told you that sum of squares of deviation between samples, between variance, like that. Now in the examination, you may forget all these things. It is sum of squares of deviation of total variance or for between the samples, all these things you may forget. But don't forget how to find out the values. You can forget the heading, but don't forget the method of calculation of values. One value is 30, other value is 8. The highest value is to be entered in the total column. Which is the highest value?
30.
30. You enter 30 under sum of squares of deviation in total column. First you enter 30 here under total. Because one is 8, other one is 30. Total must be more than the other one, no? Naturally. Total cannot be 8, other item cannot be 30. So the highest value is the total. So you enter 30 under total column, total under sum of squares of deviation column. Entered?
Entered, sir.
Now, another value is there, that is 8. Where this 8 to be entered? That is the question before us. Between samples we have calculated, not the within samples. We have calculated only between samples. Therefore, enter the value 8 against between samples under sum of squares of deviation column. Here. So we have values. Now one more value is left, that is empty. Sum of squares of deviation under between sample we have 8, under total we have 30. What should be the value here then?
22.
Because total is 30, one is 8 means the other one is 22. This value we have not calculated. Keep it in mind. We are balancing it and getting this value. Therefore, other two values must be calculated promptly. Otherwise, everything will be wrong. So one is total, other one we have calculated only between samples. I have not taught you how to calculate within samples. I have taught you only how to calculate between samples. Therefore, enter the value between sample, not in the within sample. Within sample is the balance between these two. So this is over now.
Yes.
On to degrees of freedom. Now come to the total. How many total number of items are there?
12.
That is called n, capital N. N minus 1 is the degrees of freedom for total. You write it in brackets n minus 1. That is 12 minus 1. That is equal to n. Okay. Degrees of freedom n minus 1 for total. 12 minus 1, that is equal to 11. Now come to between samples. Between samples. How many samples are there?
3.
3 samples are A, B, C. 3 samples are there. So S minus 1, sample minus 1, 3 minus 1, that is equal to 2. That you enter in between samples column. Now the balancing figure is within sample. Balancing figure is within 12 minus 2, 9. How to get this 9 is n minus s. N minus s. Otherwise, you leave it, you balance the amount and put it there. Don't confuse yourself. Put the total first and between sample first. Then the balance is within sample. Do you get now how to enter these values inside?
Yes, sir.
This is how the values are to be entered now. Then we have to find out the variance. That is 8 divided by degrees of freedom 2. Sum of square divided by degrees of freedom 8 by 2. Similarly, for the next one, 22 by 9. 22 by 9. Next, we have F ratio. F ratio is common, not for between and but for both. How to find out F ratio, I will tell you now. The variance of between sample is how much it is? Variance for between samples?
8, sir.
Not 8, 8 by 2. Variance of between sample. See the screen. 8 by 2, 4.
4, sir.
Similarly for within sample?
2.4.
Now the ratio is between these two. 4 divided by 2.44, that is the F ratio. 4 divided by 2.44.
1.63.
Yes. You arrive at the F ratio now. Okay. Now we have to write the conclusion. F ratio is 1 point something. You got it.
1.63.
Okay. Now come back to this. Come back to page number 172 and see the screen there. F ratio, calculation of F ratio is given there. 4 by 2.44. Then the formula is given. Always this is to be followed. Greater variance by smaller variance. Don't change it, please. Greater variance by smaller variance. Okay, greater variance by smaller variance. Not like this. 4. That is wrong. Always greater value in the numerator, smaller value in the denominator. Okay. Now you write down the degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom. 2,9. Degrees of freedom 2,9. First degree from 2, second one is 9. 2,9. Then level of significance. Level of significance 5%. 5%. Then table value of F. Table value of F. Now, F table. It is to be taken from F table that you take down now 4.26. I will tell you how to find out this value now. 4.26. I will tell you now how to find out after concluding this problem now. Yesterday I told you how to conclude by keeping the table value. If the calculated value is less than the table value, then the hypothesis is accepted. If the calculated value is more than the table value, then the hypothesis is rejected. The same conclusion is to be written here also. You see the inference then? The calculated value of F is less than, calculated value is 1.63. Table value 4.26. Therefore, calculated value is less than table value. The hypothesis is accepted. That is, there is no significant difference in the performance of the salespersons. Always we start with null hypothesis. There is no significant difference. That is accepted. That means there is no significant difference in the performance of the salespersons. This is how you have to conclude this. Understood? Understood the concept now? Shall I move further now?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Now I will tell you how to find out this value now. In your book
So how
we have to take, sir. We have to take either 5% or 1%. Usually, it is a practice to take 5% level.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And I will tell you how to find out this value from the table. The table is given in your study materials. Usually we take interest 5%. So please turn to page number 212. Page number 212, you can see on the screen now. The table is given in your book, F value table at 5% level. Previous page, it is at 1% level, 2.5% level. In the previous page, you have at 1% level. Different levels are given. So in page number 210, you have 1% level of significance. All of you turn to page number 110, please. Statistical table 1, F value at 1% level of significance is given. Then at 2.5%, next to page 2.5% level of significance. Then at 5% level of significance. Then at 10% level of significance. All the 4 levels are given. We have taken at 5% level of significance. That is in page number 212. In page number 212, you turn to payment table. I will tell you how to see the value here, how to locate the value. Degrees of freedom 2.9, we have taken 2.9. So in the column, you go for 2 and come down up to 9. What is the value there?
4.2.
4.2. Only 1 digit is given here. In your book, it is 2 digits are given. This is how you have to locate the value from the table. Mostly the table value will be given in the problem itself. If it is not given, you ask for the table and you know how to locate the table. Okay? Same place, page number 172. One 173, 174. Now you move to page number 175. Another model of ANOVA that I will tell you how to work out this now. Page number 175, problem number 2. Page number 175, problem number 2. Look at on the screen, please. Is it visible now? Is the problem seen on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I will read out the problem and tell you where the difficulty arises in working out the problem and how to solve that difficulty. The following are the details of plinth areas of ownership apartment flats offered by 3 housing companies ABC. Use analysis of variance to determine whether there is any significant difference in the plinth areas of the apartment flats. So the areas of construction is given. You have to use analysis of variance. What happened there? We used to find out x square. The previous problem you have done it, no? 8 square, 9 square, 5 square, 10 square, all these things. Whereas your values are 1500, 1600, 1550, 1450, something like that. That means squaring up 1500 square, 1600 square, you will get very big values. Very, very big values. In that case, these values, the magnitude of these values are to be reduced by using coding method. Then the normal procedure is to be adopted. how to reduce the magnitude of the values without affecting their weightage by using coding method that I am going to tell you now. Now what happens? All these values are being subtracted from by taking one simple value. All these values are being subtracted by taking one value. You see this now. The numbers vary from 1420 to 1600. Maximum 1420, maximum 1600. So we are going to use coding method. Let us subtract 1400 from each item. Some common number, that is, some common arithmetical operation is to be performed. Some common arithmetical operation is to be performed, not to lose the weightage of the values. What here they have done is, they have subtracted 1400 from all the values. See what happens then? This 1500 will become 100. This 1430 will become 30. 1550 will become 1. Like that, it is being reduced and remaining values are written in this table. Verify all these values. From the original value, we have subtracted 1400. In each value, we have subtracted 1400. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Something like that. Now we can see still there is scope for reduction. Still there is scope for reduction. What is to be done?
We can divide everything by 10.
Yes, that is being done. Then the next table comes like this. Right? Now you can perform this usual procedure, which I have told you, no, visual procedure. Sigma A, sigma B, sigma C, and B by n correction factor, and then sum of squares of deviation for total variance, sum of squares of deviation for variance between samples. All these things you can calculate with the help of these values, because these values are simple values. You can easily square it up. Do you understand the concept now? Understood? First of all the values are subtracted. 1400 from all the values have been subtracted. And the reduced values are given here. Even further, there is a scope to reduce these values. So all these values are then divided by 10. Then you will get simple values like this: 10, 3, 15, 5, 5, 15, 10, 8, something like this. Then these values are taken into account for further processing. To find out correction factor, find out sum of squares of deviation for total variance, and find out sum of squares of deviation between samples. Then you construct the anomaly. All these things are. Then you write the conclusion based on this. Okay?
Sir, I have a doubt.
Tell me, please.
Why we are subtracting from why we are divided by 10 for each and
That's what I told in the beginning. That is a big value. The big value can be taken as such, no problem. But if you square it up 1500 into 1500, it will go into lakhs. No? Therefore, because every value is to be squared up, therefore, the magnitude to be reduced without losing its weightage. Say, we have taken that's why how to reduce magnitude means perform some mathematical operation uniformly over all the numbers. Perform some mathematical operation uniformly over all the numbers. That is how you can reduce the magnitude. You can either add, you can subtract, you divide, or you multiply. But it should be done uniformly. What we have done here is we have subtracted 1400 from all the numbers. Like this, 1400 from first row, 1300 from second row, 1500. But you should not do. If you subtract from all the numbers. If you divide all the numbers. If you multiply all the numbers. So uniform mathematical operation is to. So here we have taken subtraction. We have taken one common number, 1400. That is uniformly reduced from all the numbers. Then what happens? Again you get numbers like this, 100, 30, 150, 50, like that. Now again what we are doing, we are to reduce this further. And there is a scope for reduction. All these numbers can be divided by 10 so that it will be reduced further. And it will be easy for your mathematical operation. That is the purpose of this coding method. Understood?
Hello, sir. Can we use the calculator during exam?
Yes, sir. You can use the calculator, but not scientific calculator. Ordinary calculator only is allowed.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
No scientific calculator is allowed. Once you reduce like this, you can perform a usual procedure. Right? Understood? Now it is
Sir,
the
how we get 1400, sir?
Yes, please.
How we get 1400, sir?
1400, one common number we are taking, which is less than the least number. You see the least number of these total values, all these values, which is the 1420 is the least number. If you take any number more than this, you will get minus value. Do you understand that? If you get 1500 here, it will be minus 80. So to avoid that, we take the value lesser than the least value. So a round figure is taken, 1400.
Thank you, sir.
You can assume any number. You can take even 1300, but still you will get big numbers. Go very near to the least number, so that your values will be reduced. Now, there is a problem for your practice space. You are going to work out the problem now itself. Is it visible on the screen now? Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Some test has been performed in 4 different schools. Among 5 people in each school. You have to test whether there is any difference in the performance of these people, the students. Try to work out this, please. Take 10 minutes, please. I will put the problem on the screen itself. You can straight away work out the problem. You may not note down the problem. You can straight away work out the problem because it will be on the screen. First, you find out correction factor, followed by that sum of squares of deviations for total variance. Did you get the total variance completed? How much it is? You can verify the answer, please. It's there on the screen. Those who have completed can tell me, and you can verify your answer there. Kindly verify the solution, please. We conclude this now. There is a difficulty, please tell me.
Sir,
Yes.
one doubt, sir. Sir, what degrees of freedom, how to calculate, sir?
How many samples are there?
20, sir.
That is total number of items. The total items. How many samples?
5.
5 or 4?
Wait.
How many spools are there?
4. Yes, sir. 4, sir.
That is sample. 4
Okay.
minus 1.
I had did in that only, sir, mistake.
Total item 20 minus 1, 19. Difference here is 60.
All the things are correct, sir. 258 hour, that's all correct. Only that only I did.
Okay. You've done only one problem, no? You have to practice
Yes,
it.
Yes, sir.
Within bracket, write S minus 1, sample minus 1. Here, the capital N minus 1
Okay.
for 19. So verify the answer and complete this, please. as the calculated value, that is 1.285, is less than the table value, that is 3.24. Which means there is no significant difference in the performance of the students of different schools. There is a difference, but it is not a significant difference. Let us move on to the next topic.
Yes, sir.
What is seen on the screen? Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Unit 5.
What
Yes,
is
sir.
that?
It's visible, sir.
What is that?
Structure and components of research.
Structure and components of research
That
reports.
is unit number 5. Let me say, and let me rush through this unit quickly as possible. It is completely a theoretical part. Definitely, you will get one question in each part. A part as well. C part is compulsory. Sometimes you may get a theory question of report writing also in C part. Sometimes. Therefore, let me rush through this unit quickly so that you will have a glance over it now, and it will be easier for you when you prepare for your examination. It is about report writing. This unit is about report writing. The important questions are characteristics of a good report, parts of a good report, framework of a report, and then different types of reports. So let me rush through this quickly. We first of all say what is report. Report, you know, is a written document on a particular topic which will convey some message, some information, some particulars, some ideas, and some findings also. And sometimes it may give recommendations and suggestions also. That is report. Now this report, I will go to the structure of a report. Structure of a report. So first of all, is it seen on the screen now? What do I put in the beginning part of the report? Structure. How it is actually been prepared. First of all, title page. Here, title of the project, subtitle, if any, appropriately required means it can be given. Then the date of the report, who is the author of the report, how it is, to which organization is writing the report, then the logo of the organization writing the report is to be given. Then background, historical background, if any, is to be provided here. Then the acknowledgement, and the people to whom you have to acknowledge your thanks and gratitude, that should appear here. Then the summary part of the report, a condensed version of the report outlining salient features of the report is to be given here. Then comes a list of contents, and then list of tables, and list of appendices, if any. Then starts introduction part of the report. Introduction, it states the intention of the author and the purpose for which the report is being given. Then comes aims and objectives of the report. What is the purpose of report? What are the objectives that this report is going to, deliver? All these things. Then real part works. We have to work out steps. What was done, how it was done, by whom it was done, when it was done. All these things are to be clearly mentioned. Then findings, and then discussion, explanation for all your findings or results. Then concluding part of this, and then finally recommendation, if any. What you recommend, either to solve this problem or to face the challenges or to improve the situation. What is your recommendation or suggestion? And then references. What are the various sources from which facts and figures have been referred to? That is being mentioned here. And then appendix. Final part is appendix. If any documents are to be attached with this as an evidence, then appendix is to be. Research report. Parts of the research report. Page number 220. Important question. First, cover sheet. Cover sheet should contain full title of the report, name of the reporter or researcher, name of the unit for which project is given, name of the institution, date and year. It should contain in the cover page. Then the title page. Title of the report is given here. Your name also is being given. Then acknowledgement, and then contents. Under list of tables, you have to give headings and subheadings of each table with proper number. Say number 1 or number 2, 1.1, 2.1, like that. If it comes in, if many tables are coming in one particular section, say for example in section 3, then 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, like that you can use. In 3.1 itself, again you have subdivisions of table, and 3.2.1, 3.2.2, 3.3, 3.2.3, like that you can number the table. Then abstract or executive summary of the report, otherwise known as introduction. Some people call it as abstract, some used to give a summary, some call it as executive summary, or sometimes without that it can go with the introduction. Where aims and purpose, review of literature, methodology adopted to write the report, to collect the information, to analyze the data, all these things will come here in the methodology. Then the results are findings. What we have found out, all the findings are to be enlisted here, either with the help of table or with the help of graphs or with the help of figures, something like that. Then these findings are to be analyzed. Interpretation of the results are findings. There, what do you make out of the result? Some percentage is there, some graph is there, some table is there, some figures are given in the findings. What do you make out of them? How do you compare this with other values so that you can understand and interpret the meaning of that? You can. Then accuracy of your measurement should also be discussed. Reliability, accuracy, all these things are to be discussed. Then conclusion. Concluding remark, summarized, that is a brief note of the complete report is to be given here. Then recommendation. Your recommendation and suggestion, if any, for further action or for further research, that should be mentioned here. Then the appendix, last part. Wherever it is needed, you should give appendix. Sometimes we may not need any appendix. If all the points will not be brought out inside the report, then the appendix may be given. Suppose if you have used the questionnaire cannot be given inside. Therefore, a blank copy of the questionnaire may be given in appendix, and sometimes you might have done some calculations in the analysis. All these calculations may not form part of the report, should be given in the appendix. Similarly, whatever facts and figures which could not be given inside the body of the report should be provided in the appendix as an evidence for your report. It is given as an evidence for the report given. Then list of all the references. You might have taken some data, some information from some sources. All the sources have to be mentioned here. Where from you have taken all these things. So these are all important part of this report. Then comes characteristics of a good report. That is another important question which comes in the next unit, which contains two parts. One is types of reports which you can study on your own. Then the characteristics of important from the examination point of view. It is called essentials of a good report. A good report should satisfy some of the basic characteristics, namely the style. That means it should be very easy to read and understand. The writer should ensure that the sentences are very simple, not complex, and easy language is being used, avoiding all jargons. That is called simple language, words, very easy to read and understand. In such a way, it should be prepared. Then the layout, the framework of the report, which we have seen already, should be strictly followed. It will enable the reader to follow the report's intention and help the communication process. Sections, paragraphs, subheadings, headings, all these things should be properly provided at the required place, highlighting important points in the report. Then the accuracy. Ensure that whatever you write in the report is 100% correct, factually accurate. Otherwise, the report will lose its value. Then the clarity. Say, don't use complex sentences. Use very simple sentences. Therefore, it will be very clear. You put your thoughts very clearly, without any ambiguity. Then readability. So that means it should be attractive. The appearance should be attractive. Avoid technical words. Use only non-technical words. Be clear in your presentation. Use short sentences and use familiar words. Then it will become readable. Then revision. When you write the report, make a revision and make correction wherever it is. Then reinforcement. Reinforcement usually gets the message across. That means tell them what you are going to say correctly. Tell them what you are going to say. And then say it again. Then tell them what you said. This is the way in which you have to follow reinforcement. Then feedback. Get the feedback from the report. Does the report have an impact? Does the summary do justice to the report? Because sometimes what happens, the abstract and the report may not correlate with each other. Therefore, ensure that your summary do justice for your entire report. Then the introduction should encourage the reader to read the report completely. Content should be consistent to the purpose of the report. Then objective of the report should be met. Structure should be very clear and logical. Then conclusions be very clear. Conclusions must be made very clearly. It should be stated clearly. all your recommendations should be based on your conclusion. That is the case. Your report will be a good report. So these are all various points that you have to prepare for your examination as far as unit number 5 is concerned. Definitely you will get one question in part A and one question in part B. Sure. So with this, let me put an end to my discussion. If you have any doubts, you can raise your doubts now, please. Yes, please. So once again, let me summarize that. You concentrate unit number 1 and 5 thoroughly. That is completely theoretical framework. In unit number 4, some part of the theoretical form is there. In all the units, theory is there. Wherever theory is there, you just concentrate on that. Those who are not able to work out the problems confidently, concentrate more on theory. Those who are able to work out the problems, you can concentrate problems also. Under problem area, chi-square test, ANOVA, correlation, and regression. These are the 3 important areas in which you have to concentrate.
Can we get your contact details?
Sir?
Hello?
Sir?
Can we get your contact details, sir?
Sir, I am not getting you clearly.
Can we get your contact details, phone numbers, or because if before exams?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you want, I can give it now itself. Just note down my phone number, please.
If any query is before exams period.
Sure, sure. You are welcome. You are welcome.
Yes, please, sir.
My number is 944
944
39
39
135
135
83.
83.
Yes.
94439 13583.
Yes.
Mr. Kumar, sir, na?
Yes. My name is Kumar. Yes, Kumar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. So let me wish you all to come out with flying colors successfully in your examination. Prepare well for the examination. Nothing to worry about the examination. If you prepare any 3 units thoroughly, definitely you are out of 5 units. If you prepare any 3 units thoroughly, you must be able to answer any question in 3 units. Then definitely your pass is assured. Prepare well for the examination. Wish you all best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Shall we
Good
start the class?
afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is our final session. So I'll try to finish up early, and we will. If you have any queries, we can see that. Right? And if you have any discussions to be done or anything you have queries, you can ask about after the class. Right? I'll try to finish up before 5 minutes. Okay. So we start the class. Today we are going to see generic scenarios. Generally, how the management is in various parts of the world and how the business is perceived, how the organizations are perceived and conducted in various parts. That is what the topic today is going to be, right? The first topic. So we are going to see the management styles of various parts of the world. Which are the major parts which we have to learn, like Western management, Asian management, Japanese, Indian, and European. This is what majorly that has an influence over other styles. Why we are not taking all the continent or country wise is because there is similarity of the management styles. That is why, like, see, if you say as Western style, mostly Australia or New Zealand mostly follows that. Whereas if you say Asian, Chinese is the dominant influence. That style followed by the other Asian countries. But which two countries stand out in this is India and Japan, because like Chinese, Indian, and Japan has three different styles of management with small similarities. And the next one is European. European management has a little bit different style from the American. So this is how traditionally organizations are conducted, business were conducted. Why these styles we have to see, yesterday we saw about the organizational culture, if you remember. I told that organizational culture are formed by the foundation laid by the founders. Where are they coming from? They are coming from that particular culture society. So what happens? The organization is groomed and grown by the people who start it. So whatever they are, however they are, that style becomes a set pattern, right? So when people of some society came in that area, what happens? How the society maintains a relationship between people, how the society respect each other is reflected in the organization also, right? After all, see, business is in the society and people run the society, so you cannot have a very different style in the organization, right? So this is how the management styles are perceived. I think you know it better. How we come to know this, through the advertisements, because unless you study, I'm telling generally, if you want to know, you can see the advertisements through the films, documentaries, news. All these things give us some glimpse of how the organizations work there, right? And about Indian style, Indian style of management, we are seeing from day one, right? How is it? Can anyone say what are the dominant qualities of Indian style of management, you would say? What would be the dominant qualities of Indian style of management?
Following the hierarchy.
Yes?
Following hierarchy style. Top management to lower level management.
Hierarchy, but that is base of organization, so it is everywhere. It is followed everywhere. Hierarchy is the base.
Ma'am, it's maybe division.
No. That is also prevailing everywhere. And I'm asking you the dominant qualities, like, okay, I'll give you a clue. See, how do we address the superiors?
So, and that's what I said. The top management demands respect.
Yeah,
The way
respect
we
is
address.
separate, but see, addressing. What we do, we call them sir or madam. We never call them with the
Either
name,
yeah.
right? Because for us, Indian style, if you call by name, it is disrespectful, right? It may be yes, a superior or subordinate. See, even the subordinate is elder, we call them sir. We don't call them by name, right? So
Yeah.
the calling comes through the age. Respect of calling comes through the age and not by the designation, right? But whereas if you see in Western style of management, whoever it is, they can be called by name, which is not disrespectful. They don't think as disrespectful, right? More equality than us, right? The same way, if you take attrition, Japan leads the world. Attrition rate is the lowest in Japan. They never quit the job. Once they have joined the job, they will go on continuing in that. Loyalty is at the most for them, right? Why is that? The culture is like that. They are very obedient to the king from the start. They follow that exactly till date to the corporate owners. So loyalty is at the most, right? Whereas we too had, but we don't take up that much of loyalty in India. Whereas that guilt which we have, that we don't have loyalty, that guilt will also be not prevailing in Western. They think that it is their right to join wherever they have. They don't have any, what do you say, anything attached to the company, right? So this is one of the major difference between Western, European and Asian. Like, they see through materials and engineering. They make it science-wise. We used to say that they re-engineer everything, including the organization running style. They re-engineer, right? But Asian style, including Japanese and Indian style, what is it? We see it through emotional and codified relationships, right? Relationship may be with the people in the organization or with the organization itself. Are you able to get my point? We grow some kind of affiliation towards that entity itself, the name, right? Which is not this much in Western and European culture. So this is with the employees. How the employer treats. They think that the employees are a resource, part of profit maximization. Whereas in the eastern part, it is seen as that they are more human, more asset, and they contribute something, so we have to give back to them something. That kind of give and take relationship is there, right? See, if you see the basic philosophy, why this materialistic perception and emotional perception is so deep rooted in the Western Eastern part. I'll tell you one small example. I think in India, most of you have seen one flower called Nagalinga flower, right? If you see the flower will be in such a type that a small linga shape will be in there, and like a head it will be like. So if you see the flower itself, the arrangement will be like a Nagalinga flower. So we call it as Nagalinga tree and Nagalinga flower, right? What is the English name for that tree, The fruits of the tree will be like a ball, brown color ball, this much of ball. It will be totally brown color shelled. So that is called as cannonball tree. We get the point, cannonball, which is for destruction, right? So it is how it is perceived. Like, if you see the philosophies like this continuously, see, like we say that aham brahmasmi. That means the God is within us, right? So God created us. and we have the God within, and we are inside the God, like that. We see the divine spirituality like that. But how the Western culture perceives that of evilness, right? Satan, because of Satan. So you can see that the basic philosophy itself is so different, and that is how the entire culture is brought up, and based on that the societies are built, and on the societies, when the corporations are built, it takes up the concepts. Are you able to see the difference? So you can see that there is huge difference between the management styles of West and East. But you can see in the last 3-4 decades, we are slowly clarifying the area. It becomes a gray area. When it, 2-3 decades actually it should be. When the West started looking at the Japan corporations. You know that, right? The rifle between US and Japan, always, right? It is going on from the World War II, always. These two countries see it as the competitors. And after the war is over, the corporates are competing like the war, right? So what happens at one point of time, the Japanese corporates are taking over US products and companies, right? Like starting from Toyota, the products also. And they are highly qualified also, right? And cheaper. So the products are very good. American companies are not able to compete with the technology also. When you compare the size of the Japanese, very small, whereas US has diversified people, minds of the best in the world, like Indians are there, Chinese are there, all the people are in the US, they are putting their brain into that. But still, Japan leads in many of the products. This made the Western countries to start looking into the Japanese style. Why Japan rules? Why they are not able to be broken even after the Hiroshima Nagasaki event, right? After nuclear bombing, they are ruling, they are on par, they are competing with other people where the resources are very less. Then they understood that there is something in the management style, that how the organizations are run are so different from the other parts of the world. And that is why these Japanese management styles have started coming into the management studies world, right? So after that, 30 years ago it started, and slowly we have started picking up the best management practice of Japan, and they have been practiced by all over the world, and many of that are hugely successful also now, right? So that is how the styles are different in each part of the world, right? So if you want, you can go through and see the different kinds of management, like, Arabian management style will be totally different, because the owners will be kings and the others will be just like that working. How the obedience level or loyalty, or how they treat, what are the punishment, motivation levels will be mind-blowing. Like you can see that there are so many kinds of different styles of management prevailing in the world, right? Okay, so what are the factors you can divide them upon? How you can see these, how to analyze these, like it can be based on time, employment, promotion, relationships, onus, loyalty, responsibility, and communication. You can see in some of this, West is best, and some of the factors, East is, right? So it depends, like relationships, East does better, right? Loyalty, East is the best. But when it comes to communication, most probably West is good in making the communication channels work better. And promotion policies are exactly different in two places. And how we hire them, or how we take the owners of the company, is also exactly two different extremes in the world, right? Let us see a little more about the Indian style of management, how we run the organizations. Just to give you a glimpse of how we treat the organizations, I have given you a picture. You can see that. What does it say? What does it say?
Work is worship. Work
Yes?
is worship. Work is worship, ma'am.
It is worship, but it is a Ayuda Puja, right? You can see that it is what do you say? All over the country, it is celebrated, Like, actually it is overhauling day. It is cleaned. The workplace is clean and cleaned like divinity, that God is going to be there, right? So God is actually put in the workplace the next day and worshipped along with the non-living things in the workplace, right? This is more than work is worship. This is workplace itself is a worshipping place, right? So what happens once in a year, if you do that, what comes into your mind? Like, this is a sacred place where I work, right? So what happens? You start respecting that place, right? So we call as a spirituality movement, or spirituality workplace, or spirituality quotient, whatever it is. The world, wherever you can see this, the spirituality enters into the workplace, it impacts the productivity and efficiency. How you know? You may think that it is a belief, it is a myth, but when people have this faith in the workplace, what happens, as I told you, for the workplace.
And the loyalty too.
Yes? What is that, Shamash?
That means the loyalty too, ma'am. Right?
Yes, exactly. Right? Because, see, otherwise what happens all over the year, maybe you are walking with the slippers, it is not so clean like that day, you are not overhauling, and see the emotions that day coming out. You are thanking the machines. Even though they are not going to feel it, see the basic idea of that. It is not about the reception of it. You know that your thanks is not going to be received by the machines. They are not going to say anything back to you. They are not going to feel the gratitude you are going to give it to them. But is it an excuse for you for not thanking it? No. If you are feeling like thanking the mission, that you are giving me bread and butter every day, what is wrong in thanking? Because it is up to your conscience, right? I am thanking you, mission. You feel it or don't feel, doesn't matter. But I feel like thanking you, so I am cleaning you up. I'm what do you say? I'm giving you flowers and all the agarbatti, so you be smelling good for one day, right? So the basic has escalated. You know, we were previously we were thanking other living things like cows, like sheep, whatever it is which is giving us food all over the year. We thank them. So that is escalated to the missions too. So keep the workplace in that way. So what happens? And management also participates in this. Management also gives the funding for this. So on that day, you have a belief that they are also equal to us. Top management is also standing with us, and whatever God you are believing or whatever nature you are believing in rules high above all of us. So that gives a kind of, you know, what do you say? It's not actually motivation. What it gives is like, you know, a calmness, right? Your palpitation, your restlessness comes down a little, thinking that everyone is equal in the world. Because, you know, the basic intuitive restlessness most often is about the inequalities. Always we compare with other people. Why is he good? Why is he looking very good? Why is he rich? Why is he having a car? Right? That inequality is always creating the restlessness, but this gives a little bit of calmness and a strength of belief in something, that yes, everything is okay. Sometimes we need that, right? So you can see that this Indian ethos, what we call as Indian ethos, is the base of Indian style of management, right? You take it, this is not related with religion, this is not related with caste. It may be any religion, any caste, whoever owns the shop. You can see that on the top of the kalla, that is box of cash, you can see that some God's picture will be there. And every day I have seen in many shops, after opening the shop, they will pray for some time, clean up that area, light a lamp, and start the right. It is just a belief which gives them the strength to run it. Right? So this mental stability of accepting that there are things which I cannot control, right, gives the Indian style of management the strength. Right? So how this is comes, where this is coming from? The cultures, traditions, epics. That's why I mentioned epics. Because Arthashastra give us what, like we used to say for management, Ramayana and Mahabharata are two epics which says us what to do and what not to do. Right? They teach the invaluable lessons. They teach a very deep lessons that even big people, including gods, can be flawed. They can have flaw. Nobody is flawless. The decisions has to be taken on time. Decisions can go wrong in the world. But how to overcome all the things, that is management. Right? So that is why I given epics. So Indian ethos, epics, the ethical concepts of India, the Dharma, Nyaya, right? All these things are the base of this culture and tradition we are talking about. And as we have just now discussed, the faith, the workplace spirituality, which increases the emotional quotient of people. Emotional quotient, if it is increased, they are unbeatable. If any is stable, no matter what happens, that organization will survive for a long time. So next one is about the Japanese style of management. These are the major concepts we have taken from Japan. One is called as 5S. 5S is about organizations, organizing. We have seen the second concept, right? 5S gives a, it's like a Bible for organizing. Such a wonderful concept it is, right? It starts with 5 Japanese letters, but we have English translations for Sat and Sandra. So it would be like shine. You have to keep it, where to keep, how to clean it, how to arrange it, how to sustain it. So this is how this is working, and this is very good for workplaces where dirt can accumulate, where spillage is more. So this 5 years concept gives a high level of confidence for the people in the workplace. This where it started, actually it started for the mechanic shops. It started in the mechanic floors where grease, spanners, screwdrivers, all will be scrambled and everything will be dirty. So they invented this concept. And a mechanic shed can be organized and kept neat. And this is a very successful concept. It is used almost in all the countries now. The next one is TQM. Most of you would have heard about it. Total Quality Management. So every time the basic philosophy is that the bar will be set higher and higher. Right? If they will have a goal for this year or 6 months. Once it is achieved, again the bar will be set a little bit high. So total quality management. This can be in any department, any process, anywhere for any time of interval. But this is a continuous process. There is no ending for that. Sky is the limit. Right? If you think you can still better, that is what the concept is all about. And you can see that Indian industries are doing very fine with TQM. And there are awards for TQM. And in Chennai, I have seen one company, TBS actually, that is a motor manufacturing company, excelling in TQM. Just because they adapted the TQM, the company is going to height. So this is also a wonderful concept. Kaizen is also the same way, a concept related to industrial wing. And just-in-time inventory, you can see the time name itself, just in time. So this is a planning method for inventory where you don't have to have the godown. Why you want the godowns? Because you are worried that you may not have the stock for processing. So what is just in time does, you don't have to have a godown for manufacturing. It says that you plan it such a way. So see, tomorrow I need this stock. You should know when I should order and when that will be delivered. So exactly when I need production, the delivery should be matched with. So I don't have to put it in godown. Directly the delivery will come and I'll take it. So it says the planning exactly to the dot. Even to seconds they plan and just in time is a complex but wonderful concept they are using. Six Sigma is also the same way like TQM and Theory Z. So these are all pure concepts which the Japanese management style is wonderfully working in all over the world, right? Concepts I have taken only 5 because of want of time. Organizational creativity is the next concept. How organizations can thrive with creativity. This is no evolution concept, right? Because traditionally, if you see, we don't want that it should be changing often. But creativity is one part which keeps which organization alive. That's why we say that in Indian way of speaking, this entire chapter is based on Indian ethos. So I'm taking up a lot of examples for that. You can see that Icha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, another one usually we say the 3 Devis, right? What is that? Shakti, I think. So that Kriya Shakti is this. This is what we mean, right? So we take up this as a part of surviving itself. Unless you are reviving yourself, rejuvenating yourself, it is very hard to survive. So organizational creativity is that part where you keep going, right? You keep yourself towards betterment. So organizational creativity, what are the creative thinking leads to? Problem solving, writing, visual art, communication skills, and open-mindedness. If you have these things, that is called the creativity process. If you are able to possess these skills, see, if you have a thought in mind, whoever can visually imagine it becomes a successful one. Who can imagine the thing before doing it? That is creativity, right? So what do we need for this? Expertise, creative thinking. The third one is task motivation. Unless you have the push, we will not do any creativity, right? You need something. So organizations, when they want creativity or they want to move, they will be posing challenges on the employees. How the creativity can be done when you are cornered, right? So when a problem is posed, when a problem is imposed on some people, the creativity and solutions comes up. So whenever organization is in need of creativity, when they have to move up, what they usually do is give up some challenges to the employees or keep up some competitions or give some simulations like problems. That's what we say that usually this is done through management games also, right? So in a group they'll be calling for these are done in the development. Actually, training and development is a part where training is given for skills and development is for managerial people, right? That is why we call it as training and development. So this is a part of the activity. When the people talk about management development programs, what is it called as? MDP, management development programs, right? During those MDPs, these creativity games will be taken up. So like simulations are given, as I told you, some problems are given, challenges are given, competitions are done. So to ignite the thinking capability of the people. Otherwise what happens, you will stick on to the protocols. You will not think beyond the box. So thinking out of the box can be done through the management games like this, okay? So what is innovation? Say creativity is invention, like, right? You are inventing things, you are finding new things. But innovation is taking up the old ideas and making it into new things. That is a innovation. Mostly you can see creative people are less, but innovative people are huge. Anyone can innovate, you just need a base. For the creativity also, there is an argument that there is no creativity at all. They say that you cannot imagine something new which is not already prevailing in the universe, world. You cannot draw a design, you cannot draw a flower, you cannot draw a bird which is not already prevailing in the universe. You can only innovate, like you can put a dragon head to bear, but both are there. Do you get my point? You cannot imagine something which you have not come across. The brain can only innovate. That is the argument some of the psychologists give actually. There is no creativity at all. Your past experience only project things, right? You cannot project something you have never encountered. Right? That is also one argument is there. In that case, if you see, everybody, whoever we think as creative people are also innovators. But innovation is the key, right? Any organization, if you are having the space and freedom to innovate, you will become very good. And in this place, I would say, I like to say one thing, when comparison of this management, Western countries are more liberated, more freedom than Asian countries, right? But when it comes to management, there is a survey, statistical study that says that when it comes to decision making and boards, that power of management boards, Asia does better than the Western countries. In Western countries, they are not having that much of freedom to change or decide or make something, whereas Asian people have that, right? So that is also one important thing which will be nice to keep it in your mind. Okay, let's see this. So innovation, you can see whatever now the products you are using, right? You can see it is an innovation of the previous thing. We are making it better and better, right? That's why I've given a picture. See what he is saying, that what I have invented, he has invented a wheel. Do you know, till date we say that there are three things which are the best inventions in the world. One is this wheel, round, right? The second one is fire. Third one is marriage. They say that these three are the best inventions till date. So the world is moving forward without any problem. So this is one of the best inventions, right? But with that, what use of it? The first one is not able to think anything about that. He is not an innovator, right? The first one is an inventor actually. He has invented the wheel. But above the audience, the first one is thinking that what can we use of it? But see the second, third, fourth and fifth. They have already started innovating. What are all the things you can use with this wheel? Right? So this is what is exactly happening in the corporations or any companies. If you say innovation, somebody else will do, you make that better and we say. There is another one fact I would like to share. We say that Asian style of management and how the corporates thriving. Taiwan is one of the best innovator in the world. Taiwan, which is a very small country. Hong Kong also, these two, right? So what they do, they have a lot of experimental research labs and they create things like anything. The best-selling toys are creations of Taiwan, like the flying helicopter or the drone or many things. I can just list it out. Starting from toys to various kinds of kitchen things, whatever you are using, like draining the rice. Nowadays you are seeing, right? Those smaller innovations, lot of those ideas come from those two countries, small countries. And how it comes to market, the first product will be delivered in Taiwan. The prototype will be made. Within 2 days, the prototype will be taken by China, and within 1 month, it will be sold to all the world, because they are producers. They produce. They have the production unit lack. So what happens? They do it mass production. So innovation is the key of keeping the organization alive. Not only organization, innovations keep us alive. So be creative. Don't be hesitant or shy away from a chance when you are asked in the organization to do something creative. What is the first element which is most necessary to become creative? What is that? What is the first thing you need to become creative? Yes?
Imagination.
Okay, but there is another one thing which you need most. What is that?
We need an idea.
No, you have the courage to say it aloud. Many people have the imagination, the ideas, and you could not say it aloud. So whenever you have the chance, have the guts, even though it is trash, nobody is going to use it. right? You have given the idea. So don't bury it without giving it to the world, right? Let the world murder it, then you bury, no problem. But still, deliver it to the world. Don't keep it, don't within yourself. Don't shy away from the opportunities for being creative, right? Because as I told you, this creativity is directly linked to your childhood. Can you say that? Can you imagine when you are a child, how much you have imagined and how much we have drawn pictures? Are we doing anything now? No, we have left it along with the child. But that creativeness keeps a child in us alive, which is very essential for keeping us moving forward. So whenever you have an opportunity to say something new, to create something, you innovate something, don't leave that, right? Okay, so this is about organizational creativity and innovation. So I have given you some more examples how a workplace can be creative. These are real-time workplaces in some other country maybe, right? But can you see how the workplaces are? Can you see in the first picture how they are using the staircase in the middle of the office, so everyone can see and see the pictures in the office, and see how it is totally glassed so that they can see the outside how it is. Because you know, most of the time the inspiration for creativeness comes from nature only. Nature is the best inspirer for giving a lot of ideas, right? So that is why it is better. In the second one, can you see that the pathway is made like a tunnel, and see the place of how they will sit. It is like the containers are created into office rooms. Can you see that? So everyone gets a separate cabin with made with the containers and a tunnel with walk. And see the third one, such a eco-friendly office where you can see it is looking like a park inside the office. So why these are important? When you are in a place surrounded by people like this and you are talking about that, you get ignited for your creativity, right? See, there should be a proper surrounding for your imagination or creativity to spark. When everyone is dull and you are afraid of criticisms, nothing is going to work. So these corporations made it a point. And the Nickelodeon office I once seen, students cartoon channel, if you know. So how the office will be, the seats will be like swan, tiger. So you will be sitting on a tiger in the channel, those who are working, the employees. Can you imagine? So the workplace itself will be like a child-friendly jungle place, like parks. That provokes the child in you to imagine and make cartoons for children. In the adult-friendly side, if it is a cabin-wise, how you can think about how the child will feel, right? Unless you bring out the child in you. So the office is designed that way. So based on the necessity of the creativity in the organization, so a workplace could be inspiring the creativity in the people. So this is also a new topic that is called as creative workplaces, right? These are also successful concepts actually, but you can, I would not say that only big corporations or Western countries use that. Even in some Indian companies, I have seen creative workplaces where, how the pictures are drawn, or how the elevators are used, or how the spaces are carved up. There are some places where it depends on the leader or the owner, how they want the people to be creative, right? So creative workplace and inspiring creativity in the workplace keep the employees alive, and the productivity could be much better, right? Then what makes the Japanese stand out among all the other people? These are the basic underlying philosophies of Japanese management. First one is humanistic approach, right? So that's why I given the picture also. You can see that no matter how old they are or who are they, even if it is a small kid, they will bow to show the respect, right? So India also we have, even in North India still it is prevailing. We see that the younger knows the feet of elders. Still it is prevailing in many of the part to show the obedience or respect. but the reciprocation will not be there in India, right? So what the elder will do, put a hand on the head of the younger. That is what we do at the most. But the elder respecting back the younger is a different approach in Japan. You can see that, right? Basically, you can see that they are very down to earth people. They don't take anything to their head, I think so. So majority, I have never been to Japan, but whatever I have seen or learned throughout these years gives the impression that Japanese people are like that. Like, we see some videos like how they give way for the people to get down from the train. Another one thing which impressed me, like in escalators in the mall, you can see that people will stand only on the left side of the escalator. You know what is the reason? So that the right side is available for the people who want to climb up the steps, go faster. Where in the world you can see that? There is another one incident how the companies work. During the recent tsunami in Japan, most of the shops are collapsed and there were scarcity for water. So in one supermarket, a grocery store, the person has gone to home because of tsunami, but people need water. So what they did, they were standing in a queue in front of the shop. One by one, they are going into the shop, taking up whatever they want, coming to the cash box, coming to the owner's place where he is not there, put the money in the cash box and slowly going out. This is happening in such a calm way. After the tsunami, this was witnessed by the world, how people can be so calm, honest, and have such a humanistic approach, right? It starts from the education, starts from the school. There are so many things. So that humanistic approach is a basic style, basic for all the management styles of Japanese. You can see that. And they have another one important concept, that they have this participative decision. I told you about that, right? I gave you example that they will have a chart and anyone, a sweeper came and gave the solution, I told you, a cleaner. So anyone can voice out. They respect that. They will not say that. They will not see a man for his qualification or money. That is what we call a humanistic approach. Now you can compare us. How do we see a man? First we will see his dress. Is he rich? If he is wearing a politician dress, so he is powerful, we will see his power. Otherwise, if he is looking very educational, he is a literate person. So we add values to these things. Then only we respect the person. If a person is in his rags, he is wearing rags and he is not looking rich or educational, we don't respect. You get the point? But they see the man, human, that's all. For respecting, to respect a person, to give that empathy, they just need the form of a living thing. Simple. Right? So that is what the basic participative decision making. Though they don't see for the hierarchy or designation, wherever the idea is coming from, if it is good, they respect that. Then collective responsibility. This is another thing which I am very sorry to say, in India we don't have this collective responsibility at all. Like the same tsunami incident, if you take, if it happens here, what will happen? People will break the supermarket, take whatever they can grab in the hands and they will run away. This has happened in too many cases. I have witnessed this with my own eyes, One is during Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MGR's death, I think they were. Many shops were just like that looted. In many cases, like in the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's death, there are so many cases where these mob lootings happens. Nobody takes responsibility. There is no collective. We have collective irresponsibility. When we become mob, we have zero responsibility. We can do whatever we want, even killing. Lynching is very common in India, right? We just pull one person and kill in the front if collective people are there. It is totally opposite there. They have a collective responsibility. They think that each and every one is responsible for the happening in the society. Same with the organization. For that, there is an example like when we used to say when strike is going on in Japan, when this happened in a real time, when a shoe factory employees were going on in strike, they started producing only left side shoes. They don't want to stop the production, right? And they don't want to sell it. So they want to show their, unhappiness. They want to do a strike. So how did they do that? They started producing one side shoe only. So when the strike was taken back, they started producing the other size of shoe. So it became a pair. Production was not stopped at all. Because they feel responsible, each and everyone, collective responsibility. And the next one is loyalty on both ends. I have told you already about the attrition rate. It is very less in Japan. The loyalty is up to the core. Once they join, they retire in the same company. In between, they will not jump from it. There are thinking they are not able to pay the salary. There are cases in Japan where the employees have worked for 3 to 4 months without salary. They will just go on working to the company saying that once the company will come up, they will get the salary. Right? So the loyalty on both ends, this is the employee side. The employer also has such an affinity and loyalty towards the employees. So that is the bonding between the two people, belongingness of the people inside the organization. And the next one is that QW and QC, we have already seen that. Quality of work life and the quality control, these both are to the extreme in that. Quality of work life, I will not say extreme. QC is extreme. Quality of work life is better and not very good when compared to some other management styles, right? So this is Japanese approach, right? So this is about the various management styles. So with that, we come to the next topic, which is called as entrepreneurial management. What's the difference between the organizational management and entrepreneurial management? Entrepreneurial management, we say as the startups or one-man show or smaller companies you can take up, right? So which makes these companies, to be mentioned separately, that is for the innovation, right? So when it is small, for the survival, what do? The innovation, the way of organization, decision making is faster, risk bearing is that maximum, right? Because it is owned by the few people and the vision they have to make it as a big company. This is like, a fast forward version of the organization. This is a sprint. They have to prove themselves. So that is what sprinters we call as entrepreneurial managers, and this is about the entrepreneurial management. What are the functions of entrepreneurial management? Promotional functions. What are they? Discovering an idea, the business perspectives, whatever it is, you have to determine that, and a detailed investigation. We call it as a feasibility study. They're doing a feasibility study on how to form the enterprise, whether it is going to be a partnership or a sole proprietor organization or a company, private or public, how to form the enterprise and fulfilling the formalities. If you have to register the company, registering, floating the shares, all these things, and preparation of the business plan, how to do it, mobilization of funds and other resources, then procurement. These are the promotional functions. So those who do these things, we call them as founders of the organization. And what are the managerial functions? We know that already. That is all about the subject: planning, organizing, directing, controlling, and coordination. Those are the 5 managerial functions. These can be done by the founders or they hire people to do that. And what are the commercial functions? Manufacturing, marketing, accounting, finance, and HRM. So basic things only, but we call this as an entrepreneurial management style. Once usually this becomes a successful one, this can be converted into a bigger ventures, right? Becomes bigger corporations, right? So we are going to finish up with the last topic, which is called as, last but one, we have one more topic, benchmarking. So benchmarking is another one small topic in management. What is benchmarking? Benchmarking is comparing and adapting the new year strategies, right? Like, see, one organization or one employee in the organization is thriving, flourishing a very good job. So that becomes the benchmark. So others are compared to that and they are elevated to the up to that. That is called as a benchmark. So benchmarking is a process of measuring key business metrics and practices, comparing them between business areas or against a competitor industry or peers or other companies around the world, right? Why is this done? To understand how and where the organizations need to change in order to improve the performance, right? So we do that we do this normally also, right? In a street, if someone is doing better, what do? We compare and we try to thrive to achieve that level, right? From school we do that. Whoever gets first rank, so that becomes a benchmark. That is what we actually call as benchmark, and the other persons wants to try to come to that level. So what are the types of benchmarking? It can be a internal benchmarking, external benchmarking, a performance benchmarking, or a practice benchmarking, right? So what are they? Internal is within the organization, right? One department compared with another department is internal benchmarking. External benchmarking is one organization compared with other organizations. That is external benchmarking. Performance benchmarking with employees. This is in between the department or interdepartmental. One employee's performance compared with another employee. Mostly this will be quantitative. How many units produced by one person in a single day? Quantitative. When you are not able to measure it quantitative, we call it as practice benchmarking. Where it is like servicing, right? How the servicing cannot be measured. In that case, we call it as a practice benchmarking. So how the benchmarking is processed? First, what to benchmark? You have to identify the factor, what you want to do the benchmarking. Then identify the current position, current state. What is the current benchmark? Learn, plan, implement. So what happens when you come to the next session? The benchmark level will go high. This is like the TQM policy. So for TQM, we keep the bar set higher. So benchmarking will be the whatever is achieved at the highest position. So once again, next year we start from what to benchmark, identify the current position, implement. So step by step, it elevates the position in benchmarking, right? So this is the last topic. With this, we are going to complete. What is that? Management of diversity. See, now we have seen a lot of management styles, but nowadays in the globalization world, what happens? We have in one organization itself a lot of people working together, right? They are having a lot of barriers. See, they come from different states, different languages, different ethnicity, various religions, nationality. They have different kind of skill set, experiences, or they have thought process itself is different. Their perceptions are different. Their job levels are different. Age, physical abilities, gender, sexual orientation. So see how many diversifications we can have at one place, right? So managing a workplace with people of different kind is a challenging one, but it can be done with a proper understanding of the workplace, right? And you can achieve that through understanding the demography and where you are hiring from, the catchment areas. We call this catchment areas, where you are getting. So a diverse workplace can better align an organization's culture with the demographic makeup of the country. That is how management can be done in the diversity. It's again, as I told you, it's again a bigger topic, a lot of tips of how to understand and how to manage people. But now, for the time being, know that this is also a new year challenge you are going to face when you step out as managers in the real world, right? Management of diversity. Just remember that people are brought up as different people because of the place they are coming from, the strata they are coming from, the food they take, or the faith they believe in. So the thought process and perception itself will be different. So never expect they should adapt and change according to your needs, or you need not change for them. Just, it is not about adapting, it's about accepting, right? People are diversified. We have to accept that here So it becomes easier to manage. That could be the basic principle for time being. You know how to manage them, right? With that, we come to the conclusion of the subject, right? So as I told you, promised you, I have given you 5 minutes now. If you have any queries or discussions, questions you want to pose, the floor is yours. You can ask.
Hello, madam. This is Debarshi from West Bengal.
Yeah, Debarshi Chakrabarti. Yes, Debarshi.
Yes. I mean, actually, so whatever topic like benchmarking and management of diversity, so whatever previous year question I have solved also, I have found that the questions are coming from this part also. So one thing I want to know about the answer writing part. So this benchmarking and management of diversity, whatever we have found in the study material, see everything it's like a given in a paragraph style and everything means it is very difficult.
Yeah, I understand. See,
But your
the thing is, the fifth
so
unit, what you are having as a fifth unit, under which all these topics are coming from, the idea of giving the syllabus in the fifth unit is general topics, right? You need not read the study material at all. For idea, what it is, you just read. All the other things you have to gather from the real world. It is like, you know, if you get a question like this, you think you are blessed. Take these questions, never leave this, right? Because you can show your ability of observing the management around you in the world. You can write lot of real-time examples. That's why I try to put in a lot of real-time examples in the class. You write that, name the company. Why I am not giving the names of companies? Because it's an online class and we are not supposed to say the name. That's why I'm not giving the names. That I'm fictional names I'm giving, but you can write.
Okay, ma'am.
Real-time companies say this is what is happening. Say, for example, in software industry, in particular industry, there are a lot of diversified culture is there, how they are manufacturing, and in a production unit, what is the benchmarking? In so and so company, this production unit is there. In that company, Salem Steel, quality circle is being awarded, right? So these kind of real-time examples you can give. These are called general questions, you know. There will be questions like, what is the current scenario of management style in India? What is the current scenario of oil production in India? Take these things up. Whatever you are studying in the news, right? See.
That we put in an answer paper. Another thing is for our semester examination. So as today is the last day of our PCP classes. So what expected dates for the semester examination?
Yeah, we are expecting it to be around May or June. Most probably in June. Why we are not able to give the current exact date, I'll tell you. So 2 years ago, that is before pandemic, we have set dates. For June, what is the date for exam? What is the December exam? We will never change it. So the students know very well that when to apply, when the exam will be there. But after the pandemic, what happened? These 2-3 batches has been admitted very late. You know, your batch is also late. Even though you are July batch, your admission was done in the November.
Yes.
December examination, right? This happened because of this pandemic, and still we are recovering from that. We are trying to adjust instead of 6 months, trying to make it as 4 months so that you will finish off your exam exactly in 2 years. We are trying to get the permission from UGC to do that. That is why we are not able to exactly say when the exams will be conducted. One point. The second one, examination is conducted by controller of examination, which is a separate entity. They are the other wing, right? So it is up to the controller to get the permission and conduct the examination. So what we can say, most of your intention on that, I know that. One thing, we will give the notification through your SMS and email. So see the spam of your email also. Many of you miss the email because it goes to spam folder. And SMS, messages will come, not WhatsApp. Note clearly, not WhatsApp. SMS, messages will be sent. If any notification is there. So don't miss that. And another one important thing, in case you miss these 2 notifications, you may miss the exam. For that, till these 2 years, till you complete the course, make it a point every week, a set date, Saturday or Sunday. You open up DDE website and see for the circulars and notifications which are given you. That's not a big thing. All of you are living in your phone, I know. 10 minutes from the Instagram or something you are seeing, just 5 minutes browse the DDE website and see the circulars we are giving. Because we get a lot of complaints and we get a lot of messages that they miss the notification. Right? So make it a point every week, open up DDE website and see the circulars so that you will not miss the notifications at all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So most probably in May or June we will have the examination, because yes, maximum of us are working, so we have to apply early for the exam.
Because the window for application will be short. Remember that. The window for exam application will be very short. Say for example 10 to 15 days. So if you miss the notification, you may miss the exam itself. That's why I'm saying every week till the examination, open up DDE website, see the circulars for exam notifications. See in website, if you be adventurous and see, there are menus for everything. There is examination, circular, flash news. We are trying to reach you to the best of our ability. Still, some of you are, I don't know, so lethargic or so easygoing that you miss the notifications. What else we can do, we don't know. Right? So it is up to you. See, you are in PG, you are doing MBA, you should know how to manage this. Right?
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Right. Anything else?
Good morning, ma'am.
Shivani?
Ma'am, I was just wondering if you could just give a brief on how many points, or if we can give an example to substantiate our answers, because the minimum marks I believe is 6-mark question, and next we have a 10-marker question, ma'am.
I have told you several times, again I'll tell you, A part, it is for 6 marks. So don't write for 2-3 pages kindly, because it would be exactly like a B part. You are wasting your time, precious time. Whatever you are going to write, 2 pages, 3 pages, the maximum you are going to get is 6 marks. Right? So manage yourself depending on your handwriting. If it is small, 3/4 of page is more than enough for A part.
Can we
handwriting is big, right, for 1 page.
Can we write the answers as points, ma'am, instead of paragraphs, so we can just be precise and to the
Depends
point?
on you. See, all the questions are not common. If it is a descriptive answer, give descriptions. If it is only points are required, like see, for example, a part question is that what are the types of benchmarking? You can write 2-3 bullet points and explain. That is enough. See, that's why I again and again tell you, as management students, understand the purpose. Go one step ahead and understand the purpose. What is the purpose of writing the examination? What is the purpose of you giving the answers? Purpose is that the evaluator should understand that you have studied the subject. Do you get my point? It is not that for me to know the answer. I am not going to study your paper to know what is the answer. I want to know whether you know the answer. Convince me that you have studied. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
First
very much.
point is, don't bluff. Anywhere, if you have bluffed, if you have written a story, many of you do that, thinking that evaluators will not read. I don't know who gave you that idea. Right? See, with the years of experience, I am telling you, by opening up the paper, within 30-40 seconds, I can read up one paper. That comes with practice, experience, Never think that we are not reading. The moment I get the impression that you are bluffing, you are not writing properly, you are just writing stories. What happens? The next papers, I am with the impression that you are going to cheat me. Right? Don't do that. Be honest. Another one important point. Always write all the answers. Don't skip any questions. 5 questions we are asking, write that. Right? At least 2-3 lines you write about that, whatever you are knowing. If you are not able to write full paragraph, write 2-3 lines. Why is that? Sometimes you may get 45 marks. Right? I have the power of giving you 5 grace marks in case. I need a place to give that grace marks. You are not giving that place. You are not giving that question number and answers at all. Don't do that. Right? A part 5 questions, answer all the 5. B part 5, answer any 5. C part, kindly attend. Don't miss C part. Do you think that you can attend for 80 marks and get 50 marks out of that? Impossible, I'm telling you. Right? So kindly attend the C part and don't spend too much of time for C part. All of you are doing that. You are writing 10 pages for C part. Who asked that? Don't do that. I want only the things that you understood the subject and you are able to apply the theory into the subject. Show me that is enough. Right? So get these things. You are in PG now. Actually, you know how to write the exams, follow that. What are all the important topics or how we have to cover the subject? No, see, again, what important topics, how we can see. I have framed the syllabus, so for me, everything is important. But for the person who is going to set your question paper, I'm not sure what it will be. The perception is different. What is important to me may not be important to them. What we can say is often asked questions that you can go through the question papers, previous question papers, and you can see that few questions are asked. But see, as this is a distance education mode, most probably a set of questions like, what when you are studying itself, you will know this seems to be important. Read that. Right? Don't skip anything. That I won't suggest, because you are thinking that examination is the end destination, getting the degree. But I think that is where your journey starts. See, imagine a doctor is skipping all his classes or some chapters and practicing, and you are going with an ailment. What if he has skipped that ailment while studying? Will you be okay with that? No. How scary it is, think. He has skipped some parts classes. He has passed through with the choice. And you are going with that particular ailment. How he will treat? Don't skip. See, this is one-time opportunity. You are going to study MBA all throughout your life once. And it is out of your self-motivation you have joined. So give that respect to yourself, your idea. So don't skip. Read that. This is a very good opportunity to study. Don't lose that. So be a student, study as much as possible, right? After that, you are not going to do that. I know it is only experience. Don't lose it experience, right? Okay. Then anything else? Are there any link for previous year question paper? Yes, there are some model question papers uploaded in DDE. Apart from that, I don't know that many question papers may not be available. Do we have semester assignments? No. No, Aishwarya, we don't have semester assignments. But we have project work in the 4th semester, right? And I'm not sure, as per UGC mandatory condition, assignments are must. Maybe when you come to 3rd semester, we may implement that. I'm not sure, right? Now you don't have. Yes, Debashi?
Okay. For the July 2022 first semester question paper, could you please provide us that, because it is not available in the DD website.
It was there previously. I'll check it if it is there. Okay. Right. Then do we have semester pre-extended or outline of case study topic? Case study I have already told several times, but still I'll tell once again. See, outline is like this. Read the problem properly, twice, thrice, till you understand the problem. Find out the problem of the case. It is called as surface problem and hidden problem, right? Real problem. Identify that. You write the first paragraph as identification of real problem. Write about the problem. Then analysis. How do you analyze the case? In between, write the theories, which is a base for your analysis, right? Because you are an MBA student, we are not asking you as a commoner. We are giving the case so that you have the management perception and analyze that, right? So keep it in mind. Don't just analyze like a film review, right? Many of you do that. As if you are reviewing a film, you are doing this is that. Do it with the base of management concepts, right? Then give some recommendations and suggestions. That is a third. That should be also based on the management concepts. And last is a smaller paragraph we need, that is called as conclusion. Out of the recommendation and suggestion, take one, right? This is a conclusion, justify it. Why you think that is the best possible solution, right? This is the outline of case. And analysis you can do on your own, like you can do SWOT analysis or any other analysis, logical, reasoning, mathematical analysis, competency, ability analysis, whatever analysis you want, you can do based on the concepts given in that particular subject. Any case, as I told you, can be perceived through any other subject, right? So remember the subject you are writing for the examination and take the concepts and write that, right? Okay. Anything else? Hope it is Sunday and all of you should be hungry, so I'm not taking much of the time. So you know how to reach us in case if you have any queries still. So best of luck for your examinations. Hope we will see in the second semester. I will be most probably taking human resource management in the second semester. So we will meet in the second semester. Till then, I wish you all luck and best of your efforts for the examination. Right? Thank you very much. And I would I would appreciate if you can give me some feedback on the class. Because that is one way it would be motivation, and second one I can correct my pointing out the flaws. I would be most grateful to you. You know my ID. I'm giving you my ID here. This is my email ID. If you can give the feedback and as I told you, reviews on the classes, that will be very helpful. Right? Thank you. Thank you very much. So we wind up the session.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will meet later.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for attending the class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll meet later. Bye.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. हाँ
ये थोड़ा देखियो मैंने ये रिश्ता देखा था इसमें बड़ा अच्छा डेट ऑफ बर्थ क्या है इसकी ये देखियो
गोयल ही है, सेम बोतल में कहाँ ही होगी।
तो वो तो मामा के घर से हो जाती है
जयपुर वाले हैं, जयपुर वाले वैसे भी जयपुर के बाहर
अरे
हैं।
दिल्ली का था एक वो
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I
Good afternoon,
audible
sir.
to all of you?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Okay, so as per the plan, today we will discuss the remainder of the topics that are important for you to understand in managerial economics, and for that reason, we'll start with discussion about employment, unemployment, and what means employment and what means unemployment. What are the different forms of unemployment, and reasons that unemployment exists in the economy. So we'll discuss about that, and further we'll move to uh, balance of payment, that is the entire external sector accounting of our country. We'll discuss about FDIs, FIIs, export import trade balance, and finally we'll talk about the fiscal and the monetary policy, wherein we'll look briefly at the budget of 23-24 for our country, and also talk about the monetary policy and where do we find reports related to monetary policy and how does it affect all of us. I hope that seems fine. So let me share my screen and we'll discuss. We'll start our discussion. So is my screen visible? Please just confirm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll start with the concept of employment and unemployment. And as you can very well understand, that in the entire globe right now, there is a huge job crisis which is ongoing, and almost every large multinational company, be it Twitter, Meta, Google, Amazon, you name it, Wipro, TCS, all these companies are laying off their people. And it is not happening only in a particular country, it has become a global phenomena, and therefore it's very important for all of us, and especially after this pandemic. So during the pandemic, if many of you are from the industry, so you will understand that especially in the IT sector, the job creation was very high. So I was talking to some of my friends, and they told that we don't understand why are companies hiring so many people. And suddenly after the pandemic, when they realized that the redundancy is so high, they started laying off. So in that case, we need to understand what constitutes employment and what is unemployment. Now, depending on the type of activities which people are doing, or if they are not doing, we can categorize every individual. Now, please understand that as per the constitution, and for that reason, even in other parts of the world, anyone who is above 13 years of age will only be counted for taking into consideration if they are working or if they are not working. Anyone who is below 13, anyway, they are completely taken to be out of labor force. For that reason, even if we look at child labor consideration, it's not directly taken into consideration while accounting for the employment statistics because it's illegal in nature. Anyway, so the first thing what people can be doing, so please understand that the minimum age that we are considering in all the discussions is 13 years, and there is no maximum age as such. So anyone, even though we have a limit of like say 60 years retirement, but for different jobs, say for example, for university professors, it is 65, but in certain director positions, it is 70. So there is no upper limit on considering if a person is employed or unemployed, but the minimum age limit is 13. So for that reason, the first possibility is that a person can be working or is engaged in any given economic activity. So that means they are part of the labor force and they are working. Second is that, so I'm just talking about the different possibilities which a person can be in. So first thing is that if they are part of they are working. So basically, if they are working, that means we say that they are engaged in economic activity, therefore they are working. Second is that they are not engaged in any economic activity, and but they are making some efforts to find work. Okay, that means it shows that even if a person is not working, yet they are seeking work, or they are trying to find some opportunities wherein they can work, and we say that they are also part of labor force. And the third part is that when they are not working, and they say that no, we are not searching for job also. So these are the three possibilities which any person can encounter, and accordingly, if a person falls in any one of the above two, so if the person is working, or if the person is not working and but still looking for job, we say that the person is in the labor force. Okay, the person is in labor force. But if the person is not working and also not looking for job, okay, so for example, my father, who is retired right now, is not working, but he's also not looking for any other job as such, or he's not looking for any economic activity to get engaged into, therefore he's out of labor force. Now, based on the consideration that if a person is in the labor force or out of the labor force, we can think of the overall labor force of the economy. So for that reason, what do you understand that what is the labor force? So this concept is very important, labor force. So all the people, all the individuals in a particular country who are above 13 years of age, and they are either working or not working but looking for a job, are part of labor force. But all those people who are outside, who are not working and still not looking for a job, are not in the labor force. Therefore, students, say suppose if there are students who are not working, so a student is studying, they are not working, but they are also not looking for job right now. Say suppose someone is doing a graduation, they won't be searching for job while they are doing graduation, then they are out of labor force. Housewives, they are, although they are working, but the activity which they are doing is not directly considered as an economic activity, hence they are out of the labor force. Okay, so if the person is of status 1, as it is written on the top, there we consider them to be employed, and if they are of status 2, we say that they are unemployed. Okay, so these are the main concepts that we need to understand. First thing is the labor force. So labor force constitutes of all individuals who are either working, or even if they are not working, they are looking for a job. And those who are out of this labor force are those people who are not working and they are not looking for a job. Okay. Now, one thing to be understood, that there are a lot of confusions of employed and the people who are unemployed. So here I have put in some cases that may be considered. Say suppose someone who is employed in a self-employment opportunity. Say suppose I open a spice, say a jewelry making business, and which is I'm running from my home, then they are very much employed. People who are regular salaried employees are very much employed. Even casual laborers who are working in the public works. When we say public works, these are largely government sponsored schemes. So if they are casual laborers in public work or in other private works also, they are very much employed. Now, then comes the case of sickness, that who will be sick and will still be considered as in the labor force. Now, suppose if I am running a household enterprise, that means a business from my own, self-employed person, but I am unable to work due to sickness, then it's not that it's the household enterprise exists, but only because of the fact that the person is sick, they are not able to work, but still they will be considered as employed. Now the question is that how long the sickness can be. For that, we have different criteria to be considered. Generally, what is taken is the weekly status. So weekly status, what do we do is in the past 1 week, we check. So these employment and unemployment data is generally collected through surveys. So so surveyors go and ask that, okay, are you working? They will say that, see, I have a household business, but for the past 1 week, I have not been able to work because I am sick. So they will say, okay, fine, 1 week, fine, you are employed. But there is another status which we call as the usual status. So then that usual status we consider past 30 days. So what we consider in India for reporting is generally the current status and usual status, which mainly takes into consideration the past 30 days. So there is a weekly status, but what we generally consider is the usual status. So in the past 30 days, if you are sick and not working, fine, you are still employed. If I am a regular salaried worker, my wage contract is still, like say, suppose I'm still part of that particular organization, but I have taken a leave without pay due to sickness or leave with pay due to sickness, I'll still be considered as working. But this point is not true for casual laborer. So a particular laborer who, if a casual laborer who has not reported for work on a particular day, a Manrega worker who has not reported for work on a particular day, will be considered as unemployed on that particular day. Okay, so that is very important, that this concept of not working due to sickness is valid for self-employed as well as wage earners. That means salaried people, but it is not valid for the casual laborers. Okay, so the same thing, unemployed, I just discussed along with the employment. Now I'll skip this part. Now, people, I was talking about labor force. So people who are either employed and seeking or available for work are part of labor force. But all those people who are not part of this labor force are taken as out of labor force. Now we have students, those engaged in domestic duties, rentiers. Say suppose I have just constructed 5 apartments and I'm getting rent out of it, and I don't have any other source of income and only rent income, completely it will be taken that they are out of labor force. Pensioners, like my father, or elderly people who are just surviving on pension income. Then recipients of remittances. Suppose if there is a brother of mine who is staying, or if there is a family who are surviving only on the remittances which are coming, that they are unable to work, or if they're so sick that they are unable to work, they're too young or too old people or work, they are also out of labor force. And last one, as I just mentioned, casual laborers who are not able to work due to sickness are also taken to be out of labor force. Now, many a times, whenever we look at unemployment statistics, these are some of the important things that we generally consider. So I would like you to focus on the first three. First, I would say, just labor force rate and unemployment rate. So these two values are, or these two ratios are most reported, and whenever you look at any news article or most of the books, they will be looking at LFPR and they talk about UR. Now what is LFPR? LFPR is defined as the percentage of people in the labor force in the population. So suppose if the population of a country is 1 crore, now out of that 1 crore population, if 50 lakh individuals are part of the labor force, you understand what is labor force? They are employed, or if they are willing to work but unable to find work, so they are employed or unemployed, then we say that they are part of labor force. So the total number of people who are part of labor force divided by the total population gives you the labor. Many a times we get this confusion that unemployment rate is the percentage of people who are unemployed, who are in the labor force. Take 25 lakh are employed and 25 lakh are unemployed. So who are those unemployed? Who are right now not working, but they are searching for jobs. So out of that, so in that case, what will be the unemployment rate? Will it be 25 lakh who are unemployed divided by 1 crore, or 25 lakh divided by 50 lakhs? What do you think? Based on this definition, will the unemployment rate be 25 lakhs divided by the total population, which is 1 crore, or 25 lakhs divided by 50 lakh, which is the labor?
So 25 by 50.
25 divided by 50, that's correct. So always and always, please remember that whenever we say that the unemployed is rising, or the factor that the people who are part of the labor force is decreasing, that means more and more people are going out of the labor force. When will it happen? Either due to a very severe health, like in the pandemic, a major chunk, say suppose there is we consider a very small country in which looking for jobs has increased or the labor force has decreased significantly. Okay, now in India, if you look at the annual data for let's look this one, labor force participation rate, and this is for all India, rural plus urban, total people, male plus female. So you can see that this type of reports we get, and PLFS is basically periodic labor force survey. So I was talking about that various surveys are conducted by Government of India to measure the unemployment and employment ratios. So PLFS is one of the main thing that takes place, and very interestingly you will note that the labor force participation rate for India is below 50%. It is close to 41.6, or right now the current for 22, the report which has come, it shows it is around 43%. So you can very clearly understand 44%, sorry, 43 point something. So a major chunk, even though we say that we are a youth, heavy country where a major part of our population is in the younger population, which is seeking for job, but a major chunk, so more than 50% population of our country is out of the labor force. They are not part of the labor force altogether. This is a very concern. This is a matter of concern for the country as such, that we are unable to reap the demographic dividend that we have. Now, there are various reasons for that, which we can debate upon. One of them is that still a lot of women are subjugated to household responsibilities, because of which they drop out of the labor force. Then you can also understand that these days what is happening is, since the number of jobs and other opportunities, want to continue studying for longer years till 28, 29, they are still studying and they are not joining the labor force. So what is important for us to consider, that if we want to decrease the unemployment rate, if we want to decrease the unemployment rate in India, we also need to increase the labor force. That means the number of people who are part of the labor force must increase. Now moving ahead, we want to different types of what causes them. One of the most important is the frictional unemployment. Now, what is frictional unemployment? So please understand that frictional unemployment is a short-term unemployment caused by original difficulties of matching employers to employee. Now, these are cases where the employees, please understand that if a person is looking for a job, but they are unable to find a job, mainly due to two reasons. Either they are unable to match their capabilities with what is required, or the employers are unable to find the type of people that they are looking for. So there are job vacancies, but they are unable to find people who are qualified enough for those job vacancies. Or if there are employees who feel that we have qualified and we are holding PhD, then why should we go and work as a clerk or any other job which is not suited for us? So this mismatch which exists in the job market, mainly due to short-term phenomena. It's not a long-term phenomena. Now, in the recent days, the technology that we are using with so many job portals, LinkedIn and everything, it has reduced the rate of frictional unemployment in the country, okay, and in the other parts of world as well. Another important thing is the cyclical unemployment. Now, when we GDP growth, or for that reason, various cycles that we call as business fluctuations. So if it is rising, we say that it's a boom. Now, when it goes through these business cycles, when it passes through these fluctuations, accordingly, what will happen during a boom? The economy will have very high high employment rates, because lot of resources are being used for producing a lot. Through recession, as you can see, the current case in many of the countries that we are facing, what happens? The unemployment rate increases because lots of jobs are lost, lot of regulations also rise. So the unemployment within of the cyclical unemployment. But cyclical unemployment longer than the frictional unemployment, yet it is not a very long-term phenomena. it may last for maybe an year or two, and then it will slightly change as the business fluctuates. Now there is a very strong evidence which we can see. So here you can see, to prove that there is cyclic unemployment. So here we have GDP and there is unemployment rate. What does it show? That it's a negatively sloped line. So does it indicate? So if the GDP growth rises, that means the economy is in a phase of boom. So what will happen? Unemployment will find jobs during a very healthy or a growing economy. But if the economy is doing bad, and if if the GDP is very growth is very low, the unemployment rates will also rise, because which is coming from a real for real life data, it clearly indicates that cyclical unemployment is a real thing. Now, very important, and which we must focus on, is the phenomena of structural unemployment. Now, structural unemployment is something which is concerning. Frictional is short term. Okay, fine. There is some frictional unemployment in the economy at all times, and therefore, what will happen when the job mismatch will get over, that those people who are looking for jobs are able to find the type of job that they're looking for, it will just vanish. But there will be some other people who will be frictionally unemployed at all times. So please understand that any economy, whenever they say that the unemployment rate is 0%, even if our economy, we say that unemployment is 0%, it still means that there is some positive level of unemployment, because frictional unemployment, structural unemployment is something which is persistent and can never go away. So the basic idea of 0% unemployment is a myth. But still, if based on statistics, they are claiming, anyone claims that the unemployment rate in a particular country or in a state is 0, it is wrong, for the fact that there will always be some people who are searching for new jobs and they are unemployed. Okay. Now comes the structural unemployment. Now, structural unemployment is a long-term phenomena. It's not a short-term phenomena, and it mainly occurs because of the fact that the underlying and the individual, if there is a massive shift in the technology. So now you can see that these chat GPT 3, chat GPT 4, and all these AI technologies have come. So the need for all those BPO employees who take your calls and customer care is now getting shifted to all these online bots, which you can even access via your WhatsApp. So if you need to have any query regarding Jio or Tata Sky, instead of calling their numbers, what do? You can just send a message on a particular number which is via WhatsApp, which is a bot. They will give you common queries that you will ask. They will resolve there then and there itself. I had booked a ticket, I think on SpiceJet or somewhere. Now, if I had to change my booking date or something I had to change, I don't remember, it was last year sometime. There is no option for the customer care again themselves for years and put in sector, they will remain unemployed. So it's a long-term phenomena that happens, impact on the labor market dynamics, and therefore long-term unemployment can occur. Lack of skill, as I was telling, these cause those issues. But now if you task HR job, they may not be able to do, because economy is colleges. What will happen? The structural which as compared problems in the job market, also to work below a certain wage, even if there are people who are willing to work at a lower wage, specific economy, and due to the existence of those structured job in those economies. So these are the main types of unemployment that I wanted to discuss. So this we can skip, is something which you will find in most of your books, and this is a very famous case study also around it, the question of efficiency wages. Now, one thing to be understood is that it's always beneficial, point of view, that it is always pay as less wage as possible, and it is beneficial here the wage is employer. But there are cases employers will be able to hire more and more workers. Now, this case is always true. Sometimes the employers want the wages to be high. Why do they want the wages to be high? Because for the employees will be tempted to work better way, and not that someone is shirking if they are not give can also be very high. So idea of this case study, which is concerned with who is credited with starting the not supply chain assembly line manufacturing. What he did that in 1914 around, and a rise in the daily payment from $2.34 to 5 give a higher lower. He also made wages, but and more to get uh, is one of the major but it's still prevalent in the managerial segment, that sometimes what happens is that the managers in any company for that reason will always be willing to give you uh, a pay rise which you may not expect that such a high pay rise is given to me. But please understand that whenever you are getting like that, either we all understand that either we are getting, yet if come with a clause that not working, disincentivized to hire more people, them more, so that being now these I'll skip. I hope this portion employment. To the next one, unemployment and employment, a very important phenomena which we have which is documented in the economic lit class, and what we are referring to. Okay, destruction. Now creative destruction, that something is getting created, but at the same time we are destroying some, but it is destroying the already existing practices and the existing technology which we have been using all these years. When the digital camera came, what happened? All those companies who were in the business of film cameras like Fujifilm, Kodak, the economy goes turmoil. And if the economic agents match with the changing scenario of the economics of the economy, then we are left behind in the dynamic world. So that is now comes the case of balance of payment. Now, what is balance of payment? So balance of payment is basically like an account. Now, what does it account for? So balance of payment records all economic transactions in goods, services, and assets. So it's not only monetary transactions, but all the transactions in goods and the assets that a particular country is holding or giving to other country with the an year. Okay, it's a systematic accounting balance sheet, like you have like a debit side and it has a credit side. So you can think of the fact that BOP, the balance of payment, is like a books of account of a particular country with all countries of the world. For that reason, I won't say even countries, for the rest of the world. So suppose if India is doing any export imports with other countries, it is accounted for in the balance of payment of India. If India is borrowing from World Bank, IMF, or any other agency, it is also recorded in that. If India is giving some accounted for, if India is making transactions in the falling that we have been hearing in last, is also accounted for in the balance sheet, because the talk about money is a type of thing. If the if it is also recorded, accounted for, services, it is also accounted for. So Indians do with the rest of the world, it is account. The other one is the capital account. So current account mainly consists of two things. First thing is the merchandise trade. Now what is merchandise trade? It is basically the trade in tangible goods. So merchandise exports and merchandise imports. So tangible goods, so the cereals, steel, cars, automobile, mobile phones, electronic goods, all those things that are traded, which come to India and which are manufactured in India and are exported outside, is what we call as the trade balance. So the difference in exports, merchandise exports and merchandise imports, is called the trade balance. The other component is the net invisible. So net invisible is basically the trade of all types of services, including non-tangible services for that we do, the software import that we do, the transport service, types of services which are which we trade in, are accounted under the net in paid for, the net of that we get paid software that we import that we are exporting. Suppose if to Turkey and other countries, the peacekeeping forces which go from, suppose if there are people who are coming to India, and say suppose these, you will see expats who come to India and then they render their services in various segments, they are taking the payment back. So they are taking away the service, they are taking the payment for the services rendered. So that is the current account. Okay, so in the terms of Indian currency, so whenever we imports, the Indian money will go out. Money from outside, FIIs and FDIs. Okay, then we have external deposits and other capital. Now Bank of India. Now things are accounted under the capital account. Say a part of instance from World Bank for constructing account, which, so this last account basically has entire foreign reserves which we are, that okay, we are exporting importing gold, but why gold is most side under this monetary account is not which RBI holds in their balances, that is reserve trash. Okay, foreign currency asset is based on reserves which are, in this case there is a small glitch to be understood, is that even though whole dollars, now dollar, it's not that RBI will have a big room wherein dollars in 100 rupee, $100, $200 bills they don't have hold. It's basically dollar denominated. RBI wants to increase their dollar reserves. What will they change market, and they'll buy financial instruments. Please understand, to buy, sell Indian rupee. So for that reason, increase in that we have. So dollar reserve it as a positive. So in that case, if imports, so export line, now the trade balance is for the most of the higher than what we are exporting. Therefore, we are giving more money outside than getting money from outside. And what are largely, what do we import? Can anyone tell me which is the commodity which we largely import? The major import that we do, if you can, oil, which constitutes more than 25%. So more than a quarter, petroleum and crude oil, electrical, so and so forth. So these are the top.
Sir, close sugar, rice.
These are engineering. Invisibles is software. So software and invisibles are, that since the trade balance is so negative the country, which is again a matter of concern, that even though we are doing good in terms of education, all those things we are exporting, yet so high that we are losing more money than getting money from outside. Look at the foreign investment segment. So the major investment, which is, as you can see, any other type of gain that we are getting in capital account, is the reason that we are able to overcome. However, as you can see, what has happened, that even the capital flows that we get in form of foreign investments is decreasing. Also, I have not put it here, and they were rising till 2000 capital account, only on account of the firms and banks are also facing a lot of, they are ready to. So to the last thing, which is discussing about, so we have 10 minutes, we can discuss the monetary and fiscal policy. Making in India, the fiscal policy is the monetary policy, which is example in the monetary authority, and there is no authority, that authority of making monetary, the fiscal authority. They are their own state, but fiscal authorities is what we call as the fiscal policy, mainly charged with in terms of schemes, the way. And the second thing is the taxation policies that they make. So first thing is on the on people, on business, point number one. Second thing, you can see on your screen. Can you see on your screen? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Also, chat box later on you can look is RBI, that budget of India, and the budget of India document which will give you a snapshot picture. You don't have to get into it, and which tells you the various, how much of non-tax collection of the revenue account, from banks, from external by borrowings. Now paying a lot of interest, as you can see, is much higher. It's much higher than the money which goes for creation of your bridges, for making roads, all those things, than the amount which the government has to pay as interest. So what is important for a healthy budget, that we have less of borrowings and more of income coming from other sources like taxes and non-tax revenue. Hearing all the while now, where the government has to borrow. So this borrow, the fact that if we have to spend, so you can very the amount of receipt and borrowing amount of receipt, this is projecting that they are as much the revenue aids borrowing requirements of that. A major portion of the money which is coming from, you can see as the borrowing, and therefore when they are paying, when they are spending, so this is composition of expenditure, transport and all other services. This graph, this particular info, look at this idea of the overall budget of the country. The total expenditure or the total revenue which the government of India is expecting for the current year is 45 lakhs amount of revenue which the government is expected to incur in the current year. So this is the fiscal portion of, therefore the people expenditure, so iterations which is being, but in the future, since they will, if since the government borrowings, they will increase the taxes in expenditure currently, or they increase the taxes or reduce the expenditure, and therefore there won't be any much change in the as Ricardian equivalence. Taxes in the current period or increase in expenditure in the current period does not, because people anticipate that the current fall in taxes or rise reverted in the future because of the fact that this phenomenon lot of other 2000. So this Ricardian equivalence is other thing that I was talking about is the monetary authority. Now monetary authority is called the Monetary Policy Committee. What is this Monetary Policy Committee? Is constituted three people from who are external from different parts of the country, very high officials of RBI. So largely they are policy department of RBI. So we have Michael Devapatra PC. They meet. The of the are mainly interest rates. So those are RBI's website. On the left hand side, you have this section called current rates, where it shows the policy rate. So what is policy rate? Is the rate at which RBI is ready to lend money to banks by taking certain amount of securities from the bank. So that is 6.5%. Then we have fixed reverse telling that if banks you have more money, but these days SDF and MSF for their market. Now what is SDF? SDF is basically standing deposit, is basically equivalent to reverse repo. So this is the rate at which RBI says that banks, so say suppose SBI, so that I can give to other banks and other financial firms, but I am MSF, what happens? Pay banks having to pledge any collateral but the repo. So if banks are having deficiency in collaterals, what they will put interest rate, which is the MSF rate. So largely SDF in all the borrow and lend money to each other is between MSF and SDF, which is per term for there are the total 0.5 every fortnight, 4.5% of the total deposit RBI, and this is used as a security for the ratio. Is the RBI has mandated that total must be invested risk free, like like for its securities risk free assets of any bank failure. In the recent of that you are looking discuss about the managerial economics. All of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome back once again to Business and 2-minute break. You can have water by the time and join back after 2 minutes so that we can start our class. Okay. Then can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Unit 5. As per your examination point of view, what is the procedure of welfare measure? These are the 3 measures, so which are very important. Then we'll be doing another act is this minimum wages act, workman here. One already objectives of factories. These are the basic 3 objectives: health, welfare, and safety. So there are in detail we have given what are the health section, welfare section, and safety measures. All the 3 measures we have discussed in detail. So next objective to regulate by imposing restrictions as to hours of work, including rest and provision for availing a leave. So there should be provision for getting leave and rest hours also. Continuously, a workman cannot work, so they need some rest time, and even weekly they need some leave. So to provide them, this is the Factory Act has been implemented. And the third objective is to make stringent provision as regards employment of women, young persons, and duration of their work. Stringent measures, welfare measures for working, like women are working, young people are working, and work. How much? So what is the meaning of factory? What do you mean? Where 10 or more workers are working preceding 12 months. Within the 12 month preceding any day where 10 or more people are working or they were working and a manufacturer process is being carried out. There has to be some manufacturer process is to be carried out with the aid of power. So there will be power run machinery. With the aid of power, some manufacturing work is going on preceding 12 months. Any day 10 or more people who are working, then it will be called as factory. Another were working any day of preceding 12 months and without the aid of power. Here, without the aid of power, 20 people must have been working. So that is factory. And with aid of power, 10 or more people are working in any day preceding, then the taking the license. Such with the challan represents the fee payable for such. If it is for registration fee is to be paid. If it is the licensing of a company, the license, that fee is to be paid, and included with the. If within 3 months you are not getting any response from them, that is, it is presumed that your permission is granted. Speaking order in the sense, this is the order after speaking both the parties. So they will call the parties and they will discuss. After that, if they found that it is not suitable, they will give the refusing order, and or they will give the refusing order that you cannot start a factory in this situation. License or permission cannot be denied merely on the direction by the government without hearing the applicant. Without hearing applicant, they cannot say that your permission cannot be given. So they will call you, they will call the person, the applicant, and they will discuss if it is not feasible or what are the problem. They will discuss with them. Then only they will give the. So it is clear what is the meaning of the factory and how the license is to be procured. Next is the occupier must search by notice the inspector with a company. Then suppose you is an existing factory and you want to change the manager of the factory. In that case, again you have to intimate to the inspector of the factory, chief inspector of the factory, with written permission, name, address, region. So if from approval of the state government, a certifying surgeon may be authorized and qualified medical practitioner to exercise any of the power used by him for the inspecting region like medical treatment, check the quality or health status of the health provider. Surgeon may be appointed for the checking all this. So proper health measures are there in factory or not. Now these are the main health measures, safety measures. First is cleanliness of the factory. Kept clean always. It should be maintained, and the factory maintaining cleanliness of the disposed of in order to maintain the hygiene inside the factory. You need to maintain the hygiene within the factory, which states section 12 says that you need to maintain, dispose all the waste. And dust and fumes, section 13 again says that in ventilation and temperature. We are reaching here one point.
Sir, it is in the
Yeah, okay. Section 13 is ventilation and temperature. Proper ventilation should be maintained and temperature should be maintained so that workers can work comfortably. Similarly, dust and fume, section 14 says dust and fume provision. Effective measures have to be adopted in order to prevent the workers inhaling dust, fume and other impurities. Artificial humidification, again, artificial humidity can be maintained, proper humidity. It should not go beyond otherwise it will be hazardous for the workers. 350 cubic feet per person are working based on that. Per person 350 cubic feet minimum to be there. So many people are working, so there should be there should not be that. About the lighting facilities, there has to be proper lighting so that glazed window, sometimes what is there through window sunlight it comes, which is very difficult for the workers to work, so that proper provision has to be made, so the proper lighting, and it should not causing any obstruction to the worker. Similarly, drinking water facility, you need to provide drinking water, and wherever the like cooler or some cool water or normal water, wherever properly, it is to be mentioned that there's drinking water in local language. Wherever your factory is, based on that in local language, you must to mention that drinking water. Legibly, it should be some board is to be there, so that they can understand that their drinking water facility is there. Similarly, latrines and urinal, where more than 250 workers are working, there should be latrine provision, urinal provision is to be mandatory. There has to be there, and to make the keep cleanliness and maintain this have to be added so that they can speak on that. So these are the. Similarly, safe fencing of machinery, where the machinery are moving parts, or prime movers are or flywheels, which will be dangerous for the workers. So proper fencing has to be mentioned. Then work on near machinery in motion, where the machinery is in motion, their proper protection is to be there. So newly appointed workers, they should be given proper training, so that such kind of any accident or incident should not happen. Similarly, employment of young person on dangerous machine. You should not employ young person in dangerous machine, or proper trainings to be given, so that to avoid all kinds of accident. Self-acting machine also, you need to make it so that it can be work can be done properly. And casing of new machine, similarly, casing of the new machine, where new machine is there, proper casing is to be put, because sometimes due to heat, somebody may not touch it unknowingly, so it will be difficult for the workers, and the proper casing has to be there. Prohibition of employment of women and children near cotton openers. There should be the women and children should be prohibited to work near the cotton. Still, many of the cotton industry, you can see the small kids are children are working, which are prohibited. Hoist and lift, proper lift has to be there, chains and rope. Your well fences should be there. Canteen facility where more than shelter and restroom and lunch rooms has to be there. Creases where women workers are working, crease has to be there. And welfare officer, there has to be government appointed welfare officer for the welfare benefit of the workers. So that is measures, so which are examination point of view, it is very important. So once again I have repeated, so you should not miss it. Then next is working hours. Weekly working hours for more than 48 hours in a week. Now it is limited to 40 hours in a worker. It should not be more. And daily hours, no adult hours in any day, and 40 hours in a week maximum, and in a week maximum 40 hours. However, to facilitate the change, I hope if any one of you wanted to open a because now it is very clear how to get the license are there. If you are fulfilling all this, you can apply for the licensing of the factory. Important act, especially where for the workers, industrial dispute arises in the industry, relation is to be maintained in the industry. But however, there's a lot of dispute relations. Industrial relation is a dynamic industrial dispute act. You can see that how old is it? 1947. It has industrial general way of relation. It is normally between the responsible people who are giving employment to the workers. It includes the complex relation between trade union and management. Because trade union in modern day, you must have seen that many of the industry trade unions are there. So it is the right of the workers, they can form an union, and that is to be registered trade union, so that all the whatever you take the individual case or group cases, like monetary, non-monetary benefit, all this you can union can raise the voice. So to maintain the relationship in the harmonious relationship in the company, it includes the complex relation between trade union and management. So it is the duty to, there should not be any conflict between employer and trade union, employer and management, or employer with employee, or trade union with employee. Like this, any kind of dispute may take. To maintain that, industrial relation or industrial dispute act has been enacted. Industrial relations are integral aspect of social relation arising out of employer-employee interaction in modern industries. There may be many ways, there may be some kind of dispute arises. So to which to maintain this industrial dispute is enacted. Who are the interested group in the industrial relation? Worker and their organization. They are the interest group. Worker and their organization like trade unions and all, and managers and their organization. Managers in the case is from the employer side, and their organization and the government. These are the three parties who are the interest group in the industrial dispute. What are the objects of the industrial dispute? Promoting measures for securing and preserving amity and good relation between the employee and workman. What is there? Promoting measures for securing and preserving amity. You need to maintain the peacefulness in the industry and good relation between employer and workman. There should be good relation between employer and workman, and for that, this the main objective of this is to maintain the good relationship, harmonious relationship in the industry. Inquiring into any matter connected with relevant to the industrial dispute, promoting the industrial dispute. So it is meant to settle the dispute. There are various mechanisms we'll discuss later on. So through which you can settle the dispute arises among the employer and employee, and adjudication of industrial dispute. You need to adjudicate the disputes, and reference of individual dispute to grievance settlement authority. What you can do, if it is not resolved, then you can the objective is to refer the case to the grievance settlement authority. So legally, who are appointed to them, it is to be referred. So those who are the mechanism we will discuss in later stage. Next is volunteer reference to the dispute to the arbitration. Voluntarily reference, it has to be referred to the for the arbitration for any kind of dispute. Prevention of illegal strike and lockouts. Sometimes it happens that illegal lockouts also take place. Employees, they join together, they threaten to the industry owner, and they go for lockout. If it is an illegal strike, then it will not be accepted, and it is punishable. And to prevent those illegal strikes and lockouts, this act is enacted. You cannot illegal industry or prevent or illegal strike cannot be. Sometimes what they do, they join together and they will say that will not work. We'll see later stage what are the different kinds of strikes also. Then compensation to lay off and retrenchment of workmen. Compensation for layoff. If you are laying off any employees or retrenching any employees, then proper compensation is to be paid to them. Otherwise, what will happen? Simply they will of the employees, there is a shortage of power, there is a shortage of raw material, we cannot start the work, so they will ask them to go back, or sometimes they will retrain the workmen. Until unless there is the law, then it will be difficult to maintain that one. So for that, giving compensation, you need to, they are authorized to get the compensation. Workers are authorized to get the compensation as per the industrial dispute. And provision for the payment of wages from the date of award till the suit pending before the courts of law is decided. If any court pending, if your case has gone to higher authorities or some legal mechanism and law is pending, till then there is a provision of payment of wages. You cannot stop their wages, and these poor people, workmen, they cannot without wage they cannot maintain themselves. To maintain themselves, so till it is decided, you have to continue with the wages. And prevention of unfair labor practices. Unfair labor practices should not be enacted. Then industrial dispute. What do you mean by Section 2 says that any dispute or difference between whom? Employer and employee. Employer and employee. It can be dispute between employer and employee. It can be workman, which is connected with the employment or non-employment, the terms of employment, or the condition of labor of any reason. And individual and collective dispute, like individual dispute, it can be individual dispute, it can be collective dispute also. So what is the dispute? It means any dispute between employer and employee. It can be employer and workmen, or between workman and workman. If any kind of dispute, and workman and workman, whatever the employment or non-employment, whether it can be related to employment issue or non-employment issue. If between workman or workman there is any dispute, and can be settled. The employment, the terms of employment, in case of terms of employment, something issue is there, that also can be. The condition of labor of any reason, due to any labor condition or any this working condition, or any related to like cases. So it can be individual or collective. What is a collective dispute? Collective dispute may related to any of the following matter. What is that? Like wages, bonus, profit sharing, gratuity, compensatory, and other allowances. It is the collective dispute. And hours of work. Suppose hours of work are more, with the wages, paid leave, what you call holidays. These are the collective. Rules and discipline, retrenchment of workmen, closure of establishment, rationalization, all this. These are called a collective disputes. And financial causes, it may be financial or non-financial. What are the financial causes? Like wages, bonus, dearness, and all this coming under the financial. Travel allowances, leave allowances, gratuity, holidays with pay. Non-financial, like transport problem, housing, education, working hours, working condition, discipline, recreation facility. This can be related to this kind of disputes. Now, what is the effect of industrial dispute? Effect of industrial dispute, it can be strike, it can be layoff, it can be lockout, it can be retrenchment, closure, or get out. What is strike? It means cessation of work by a body of persons employed in any industry, acting in combination, or a concerted refusal of any number of persons who have been or so employed to continue to work to accept the employment, or a refusal under a common undertaking, or any number of such persons to continue to work or to accept employment. That means they will stop working, cessation of work by a body of person, group of person. It may not be all, but a group of person, they join together and they refuse to work. Or refusal of any number of persons who have been employed to continue to work. They can also go for, but strike should be legal strike, it should not be illegal. Or refusal under a common undertaking in the sense by the trade union, they not be working until this condition is fulfilled. So that can be effect of industrial dispute. It can be a strike if it is between the employer and employee. Then layoff, it means the failure, refusal or inability of an employer. Here, this is the in case of strike, it can be from the only from the employer side. It means the failure, refusal or inability of employer on account of the shortage of food, power or raw material, or the accumulation of stock, or the breakdown of machinery, or natural calamity, or for any other connected reason to give employment to a workman whose name is born on the muster roll of his industrial establishment who has not been retained. A person whose name is in the muster roll industry, his name is daily, he gives the attendance. And, roster, his name is there. And if he is denied for working due to failure, refusal of inability of an employer on account of the shortage of coal. They say that there is no coal, so industry will not work, no power or raw material, or due to any breakdown of machinery or natural calamity. This is called as layoff. And next is lockout. It can be lockout. It means temporary closing of a place of employment or the suspension of work on the refusal by an employer to continue to employ any number of persons employed by him. What is there here? The employer, he will close the industry for temporary period, and he will suspend the work, and he will not allow the worker to continue working. So that will be that can be called as lockout. And temporary closing of a place of employment or suspension of work or refusal to continue to employ any number of or refusal to continue employ any number of person employed by him. He will say that the industry, the employer will say that we will not continue you for the employment. That is due to lockout. So they will close down the industry. Then next is retrenchment. The term as used in the industrial dispute means the termination by the employer. Retrenchment is done by the employer. Termination of the service of a workman for any reason whatsoever otherwise than as a punishment inflicted way of disciplinary action. Even for the punishment or disciplinary action, he can restrain the employee, or due to any reason, or due to failure of some kind of indisciplinary failure of certain rules and regulations. In that case, he can retrench the employee. Next is closure. It means the permanent closing down of a place of employment, part thereof, or some of the part is closed or completely industry is closed down. That is called closure. And another mechanism is garrow, means encirclement of the manager to criminally intimidate him to accept the demands of the workers. Now the employees, they can garrow the manager until unless you accept our conditions, then we will not leave you. So that is called garrow. These are the effect of industrial dispute. Sometimes question may ask that what are the different effects of industrial dispute. You may explain one by one. And again, there are the different section in strikes. Then what is sometimes different types of strikes are there, like stay in or sit down strike, down or pen down strike, or tool down strike also. So tool down means they will not take the tools for work. Pen down means they will not take the pen for work. They will come to the office, but they will not work. Or sit down, they will sit on their place, they will not work. They will refuse to work. That is called as stay in, sit down, pen down, or tool down strike. And next is go slow strike. Go slow strike means the employees are unhappy. What they will do? They will work. They will not refuse to work, but they will very slowly they will work. So the production, it will hamper the production of the industry, which is affecting to the employer. So that is called as which may be a serious misconduct. It is you are coming to the industry, you are working, but you are not working up to the expectation. So that kind of strike can be taken as very serious. And one more is sympathetic strike. This is support of the demands of the workmen other employer, what they will do, they support them and they will sympathize the workmen. That is called as sympathetic strike. One more is another type strike is hunger strike. What they will do, they will come for the work, they will not go for food, they will not take anything, and they will sit down there. So another one is so these are the various type of strikes are there. Next is administration, industrial settlement, dispute settlement mechanism. What is there? First one is what are the different mechanism for the settlement of industrial dispute? This question also comes. Sometimes they say that what is industrial dispute and what are the different mechanism for the settlement of the dispute. You can say this work committee. There has to be the work committee, conciliation of officer, board of conciliation, court of inquiry, labor courts, and industrial tribunals and national tribunals. These are the various kinds of mechanism are available for the settlement of dispute. It is first one is government will appoint the works committee. It empowers the appropriate government to constitute a works committee by a general or specific order in a manner which may be prescribed. So, as per the rules, the appropriate government will make the works committee. For the establishment must be an industrial establishment. The work committee should be within the industry. 100 or more workmen should either be present, employed, or should have been employed. In that case, where more than 100 people are there working, the works committee can be constituted by the appropriate government, state government or central government, whatever it may be. Based on that, they can constitute a committee for the settlement of the dispute. Next is as in the case of work committee, the constitution which is left to the discretion of the appropriate government. In that case, works committee, appropriate government will make the committee. In the case of conciliation officer, appropriate government may, as per the section, appoint notification in the official gazette such number of conciliation officer. In gazette, they can declare and number of officers they can mention that who can be the conciliation officer for this industrial settlement dispute. And this board of conciliation. Board of conciliation consists of chairman and 2 or 4 members. So who will be responsible for the settlement of the dispute. And chairman should be an independent person. Other members should be person appointed by the equal number to represent the party to the dispute. Both the parties, equal number of members are to be appointed, and independent members should be chairman should be the independent member. Next is court of inquiry. Court of inquiry. Yes, the appropriate government by notification can declare for the official gazette and constitute a court of inquiry for the particular dispute. Similarly, further, if it is escalated, it can be forwarded to labor court. So it will the matter will be go to refer to the labor court, who will be responsible for the disposing of the dispute, settlement of the dispute. After labor court, if it is not being settled, then it can be approached to the industrial tribunal. Industrial tribunal is two types in tribunal. 2 types of members will be there who are having administrative and industrial knowledge. Another is who are the legal knowledge, like high court judge, etc. So they can be in this tribunal. They can settle the dispute. If it is not being settled, then it will go to national tribunal. The national level, it will go to further settlement of the dispute. Like in the case of normal cases, it goes to the you go to the district court, then high court, then Supreme Court. Similarly, so first it will go to labor court. If it is not there, tribunal, then it can be into the national tribunal. This is the mechanism stages where first stages it will be go to works committee. If they are not able to settle the dispute, go to the Then after that, it goes to the board of conciliation and court of inquiry. This is the different stages of administration under the act. Next is minimum wages act. Minimum wage act is not only measure the social security for the property, but also to devise improving the standard of living. For that improvement of the standard of living of the worker, the minimum wage act is enacted. This is another act, independent act called as Minimum Wages Act 1948. Industrial Dispute Act is 1947 and Minimum Wages Act is 1948. It assures wages wage to help the workers to eke out their livelihood. They should maintain their livelihood. They can live comfortably, at least to an extent of sustaining the adversities, namely rise in the cost of living. Why that is the reason government always the dearness allowance and all this kind of allowances being given. Prevent the employer from exploiting the laborers by paying wages far below their needs. If certain rules is there, the employer cannot pay the certain, they cannot lower their payment. So they have to, minimum wages they have to pay. Lays on principle of fixation of wages or a need-based scale. So minimum wage, fixation of wage. Government, appropriate government, they decide what is the minimum wages for the workers, daily workers and skilled worker, unskilled worker. Government, they have the list, they will declare, and the notification they will give there. This is the minimum wages. Below that, you cannot pay. The object of this case, act, the wages act that are paid to the workers should meet their physical needs and at the same time keep them above the starvation level. It should to keep them above the starvation level. So that is the main object of the case. Right? Then it should ensure sustenance of their family and also enable them to subsist by preserving their efficiency of workmen in day-to-day life. It should be, payment should be such that they should be able to and as well as they can maintain their health so that they will be able to work in the industry. This is allowed. What is the concept of minimum wages? Minimum wages are not fixed on equation of principle, namely money payable towards wage must be commensurate with their labor output. Based on their labor, it should be the minimum wages should be paid. Equally, minimum wages are not based on the economic principle, namely those who have been able financially must be capable of paying more than to the workers. On the other hand, it is based on ethical principle. So the main objective of the concept is to keep them, maintain their, they should be able to feed them and their family, and they should be capable to do the work properly. So that to that level, government fix the wages. So what are the different kinds of wages? Like ideal wages, living wages, fair wages, minimum wages. Ideal wages mean payment of wages is, as you know that it is mandatory, who are working they should get the pay, but it should be, it is not permitted to pay wages which is hardly sufficient to make the workman to keep his body and soul together. Only it is not that they should live ideally, so such kind of payment should be made. Similarly, living wage has been defined as the wage received for normal needs of an average employee regarded as human being living in a civilized community. A living wage enables a worker to enjoy comfort in life. Minimal comfort what is supposed to get, for that she should get. Similarly, fair wage, a mean between minimum wages and living wage. It is between the living wage and minimum wage. That is we called as fair wages. And what is the minimum wage? Said to be the starting stage from the point of view of offering social security to the workmen. Labor's demand should always be viewed in the sympathy, and hence minimum wages must be paid to compulsorily. If an employer is unable to pay even minimum wages, or it becomes impossible on his part to carry on his business, then it would be better for him to close his business. So minimum wages you need to pay to the worker. And this is about the minimum wage. There is a small act. Another one is Workmen's Compensation Act. Workmen should be compensated when in case of working some incident has taken place, or he is unable to work due to the employment, nature of employment, or out of employment. So for that, Compensation Act is Workmen Compensation Act was the first social security measure introduced in the Indian prior to independence. Before independence, you can see that 1923 Industrial Dispute Act is 1947. The Minimum Wages Act is enacted in 1948, but Workmen's Compensation Act is 1923. Before independence, it has been made. The Act considers compensation payable by an employee to his workman in the case of accident as a measure of relief and social security. If some workman he meets with the accident, so for that he should get compensation. Next is it enables workman to get compensation irrespective of his negligence. Even though he is negligent in his work and due to that he has met with accident, still he has to be compensated. It also lays down that various amount payable in case of an accident depending upon the type of extent of injury. What type of injury he has got? Disabled, permanent disabled, partial disabled, all this it is to be. Then medical officer they give the certificate of what kind of disability it is and how much it is affecting to him for working. That is about Compensation Act. Disablement. The Act does not define the word disablement. It only defines the partial and total disablement. In this Act, completely disablement, there is nothing has been defined. They only say that partial and total disablement. If more than 70% or something like that, it will be total disablement. Below that, it will be called as disablement. Disablement means loss of capacity to work or to move. Is not able to work and to move. Disablement of a workman may result in loss of reduction as a earning capacity. Will not be able to earn properly. Partial, it may be total. Further, it may be permanent or temporary. So, some disablement may be permanent disablement which cannot be recovered, and some can be temporary. After a certain period of time, he may get recovered. So, these are the various types of Compensation Act. These are all about as per your syllabus. I have tried to complete all the points, and now if you have any doubt or anything you want to clarify, you can ask me. Or if you give some time, so 2 minutes, I will take out, I'll upload one of the old question paper. We can discuss for 5 minutes. Then I'll give you. Okay.
Sir, I just had a doubt. Like, is it mandatory to mention the section numbers, or the terms or the bulletins would suffice?
No, I don't think. If you remember the section number, okay. Otherwise, fine. There is no need of putting section number because you are not the law student, so that you will be remembering. In case of law student, we make it mandatory that they should put the section number. Now, for you, it will be difficult. Case of like you can say the health measure and welfare measure, you can easily remember. If you're not able to do so, then no need of putting.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes you can see the welfare measure, section 42, 49. If you remember this one, you can, well, otherwise not necessary. We don't see that whether he has put section number or not. It doesn't affect for your the marking. Okay. Anything else?
So when will be the exams starting?
Let me see. One of the old question paper is with me. Let me upload that one.
So when will be the exam starting?
Exam, it is not finalized. Will be very soon. It will be decided. Once it's decided, then we'll inform you through mail. And please check the website. So we'll be immediately uploading in website. Can you see the question paper now? Hello. Are you able to see question paper?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
See, one of the question paper you can see 5 into 6, 30 mark. Okay. Any 5, each contains 6 mark. Okay. So what is that? For any 5, 6 questions. Student.
Sir, there is a disturbance. I am unable to hear you, sir.
Yeah, I request all of you to mute your system, please. So this is one of the old question paper you can see. You need to write 5 questions. Out of 6, you need to write 5. Each question contains 6 marks. So you have the option 1, you can choice is there. List out and explain the requisite of good corporate governance. So what are the requisites of the corporate governance? We have discussed about corporate. What is the to make the transparency in the organization, in the industry. This is corporate governance measures are there, and you can go through your study material also in details. It is being given. So list out the explain the requisite of good corporate governance. Trace and explain the impact of environmental issues of business. What are the different environmental issues? So you can write those. Enlist and explain the need for foreign capital in an economy. So what is the importance of foreign capital in our development of our economy? Explain the essential requirements of check. What are the requirements of check? So this is a negotiable instrument. Check has to be written, and if it is the account pay, it has to be crossed or payable to. So all these things are to be mentioned, and moreover, you can see details your study material. What are the characteristics of a company, which we day before yesterday or last but one class we have discussed. What are the characteristics of company? Companies like independent see it is a legal person. It can sue. It can be sued. It has its own name. It has its own seal. So it is all these things we have discussed. Next is explain the various power of director. Yesterday we have discussed what are the various powers and responsibility of the directors of the company. It is coming under the company law. Point out and explain the objectives of Factory Act. Now I discussed about what are the objectives of Factory Act. Mention and explain the scope of Minimum Wages Act. Now just now we discussed about Minimum Wages Act. Next, bring out here these are the 10-mark question. Again, you need to write 5 questions. Here there are the choice to 7 out of 7. You need to write 5 questions. So each question contains 10 marks. Bring out the different components of a business environment. What are the components of business environment? Then describe the rights of an agent. What is the right of an agent? Agent who work under the master or his or servant who is working under his owner. So what is the rights and responsibility? When he can work on behalf of his master, and he can run the business. When the business starts, he will not be held liable. So details you can see the rights of the agent. Elaborate the various trends in the Indian industry. What are the different trends in? These are the general questions. So discuss the different types of contract. What are the types of contract? Valid contract, void contract, void contract, all this. Contingent contract. Briefly explain the different kinds of partners. What are the different kinds of partners? It is in partnership fact. Even there can be a sleeping partner also, joint partner, sleeping partner. All this you need to explain. Enumerate the various classes of share. What are the different classes of shares? Shares, debenture, public share, right issue. All this you can explain. Identify and explain the effects of the industrial dispute. What are the effects of? Just now we discussed what are the effects of industrial dispute. Outline, explain the health and welfare provision of the factory. Again, you can see the health and welfare measure of the Factory Act. Next part is compulsory 20 marks question. So this is the case study. You need to read the case study carefully. Then see here a taxi service had several cars. All the cars had air condition fitted inside them. However, taxis were hired out with or without the use of air conditions. Taxis were hired out with or without the use of air conditions. The rate of for hiring a taxi with the air condition was 25 per kilometer, while the rate for hiring without the air condition was rupees 15 per kilometer. A person hired a taxi without the air conditioner. After getting into the car, he realized that it was hot and uncomfortable. He then decided to run the air conditioner. A dispute across between the two parties regarding the hiring charge of the taxi. The customer was willing to pay a higher amount than what he had agreed to pay, but he did not want to pay at the rate of 30% per kilometer. He argued that later was an exorbitant rate. So this is the conflict arises. Now what is the question? Should the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi services? Whether she will be have to charge as per the air conditioning charges or non-air conditioning charges or something in between them. If yes, there must have been an agreement. In this case, who had made the offer, who had accepted the offer, what was the modality of communication that had taken place. Here, you need to see that what is the contract, what type of contract is made, who has given the offer, who has accepted the other, what is the agreement. So based on that, it is to be settled. What agreement is done, based on that, it is to be, and it can be a written agreement, it can be verbal agreement also. Both the parties, if they have accepted, and they have to abide the rules. So in case study, you have to justify citing the agreement or rules or whatever it is. So this is the way you need to resolve the issues. And please, God said, don't leave the case studies. I have seen while evaluation, some of the, not many, few of the students, they have written very well, but they have not written anything in case study. They have left blank. So in that case, you are losing 20 marks out of 80, whatever you can score. But if you are attempting at least case study, there is no right or wrong answer in case study. You can justification. You have to justify your as a manager what you are supposed to do. So what is the rule says, what you are supposed to do. So that is to be done. So this is the one of the example. So like this, many things may come. But compulsory there will be 20 mark question. Okay. Anything you want to ask?
So what should be covered as part of the various trends in Indian industry?
What is it?
There is this 11th question, right? Elaborate the various trends in Indian industry.
Various? I am not able to hear you properly. What are the various?
Trends in Indian industry.
Indian industry.
Yeah.
What are the various?
Sir, you are actually to describe, trying to tell the 11th number of question paper we are showing.
11 number of question. Okay, just a minute. Let's see. Elaborate the various trend in Indian industry. That's what you have to. It's a general question. What are the recent trends in industry? That you have to, based on your knowledge, you have to write, because it is dynamic, continuously it is changing. The study meter which you see 5 years back. So now what is the recent trends in industry? You need to write about that one. Okay. There is a choice, one or two, you can leave it. If you are not able to sure to write the answer, you can leave that one. Any 5 you can choose. So this is the latest. You have to find it out, what is the recent trend. So it is given in whatever the trends by that time or recently. You have to analyze the situation and you have to write it. Almost this industrial dispute, it is same. Minimum wages act, all these are same. So only economic condition, what are the changes you need to write. Otherwise, in general, what is the trend? So maintain the industrial dispute, as well as giving the fair wages. Otherwise, if you are not able to write, you can leave that questions. But this is the general question. Similarly, in case study also general question will come. You may be thinking that this is out of syllabus. It is not like that. Based on your knowledge, it is to be given. Case study, there is no syllabus in there. Many students, they say that case study is out of syllabus.
Okay, sir.
So kindly go through your study material, and study material is a bit old, and now it is to be revised as per the latest industrial trends. It is to be revised now. So, but whatever the study material is being given in that, in general questions, you can very well you can write. So shall we stop now?
Yes, sir. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Very much. Wish you all the best for the examination. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
still, if you have any doubt,
Thank you, sir.
anything
Thank
you
you.
want to clarify, you can contact me. We'll be always there to support you. And my email ID is also there. So we can be in touch. This is the first semester. Again, second semester, we'll be meeting soon.
Sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, my mobile number as well as email ID is mentioned here. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And some of you have requested for the PPT also for them. So kindly make use of those things. This is just PPT work just for the reference. So however, you have to go through your study material in detail. Okay. If nothing is there, we'll close the session.
So may I know when is the examination?
Yes.
So may I know when is the examination?
Examination not yet been finalized. I think by the end of this month we'll be able to say. So we'll be uploading in our website. So kindly go through that one. Otherwise, we'll be informing through mail, or you may contact with us. So by end of this month, we'll be able to know. Because examination point of view, that is controller of examination, they take care. So we have to see what is the availability.
Sir, it is maybe in the month of June.
Yeah, maybe.
Sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello, sir. Where is your number, sir?
What is my?
Where is your number mentioned, sir?
In PPT, it is there. End of the PPT, you can see. Okay, I'll type in the chat box.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Sir,
Yes.
how much page write you 10 marks, sir?
Just a second. Yeah, it is already there. A number. I have typed my number.
Yes.
Okay. An email ID. Yes, what you asked, how many pages?
10 marks, sir.
But it is not the pages. How much you are writing based on the point, how you are justifying the questions. So we never see that how many pages the individual has written. We see that what are the points, how he has explained. Even 1 to 2 pages enough. 2 pages are enough for that one. If you are substantially, you have given the points and written properly.
Okay, sir.
Because
Thank
we
you,
have
sir.
to see limited pages are given. Total many pages? 40 pages or something like that. The booklet is given. In that you cannot write more than that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Maximum 2 to 3 pages. More than that, you should not write unnecessarily 5 to 6 pages. I have seen that for the 5 marks question, people have written 4 pages. For 10 mark question, they have written 1 or 2 pages.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mohit Goel. Are you there, Mr. Mohit Goel? Somebody asked, is it possible that my document verification can be done today? Tomorrow you can verify, Monday it will be done. Mr. Mohit Goel.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I am facing a issue.
What is that?
Sir, I work with PNB and my posting place is Bulandshahr,
Okay.
which is like 100 kilometers away from Delhi.
Yes.
And I have my documents right now here.
Okay.
That is why I was asking if my document verification could be done today.
Do you have your document right now?
Yes, sir. I am having all my documents right now.
Okay. In that case, I need to see your. I'll ask the people they are still in the office. So, can you stay back for some 5 minutes?
Sure, sir.
I'll ask them to provide me the application. Finish your
Sir.
Or else
Sir.
Yes.
I'll ask that application form number you collect. Form number. Mohit, you have form number?
Mohit, do you know your form number, application number?
Sir, just a second, sir. I'm just letting you know. Sir,
That's
it is PUDDE 22010178.
Shiva, are you noting down?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, should I write that in the chat box?
Chat box, yes.
You can write.
Just give me a second, sir.
One 10178. Sir, madam is there, sir? Madam. Nivedita madam.
Who?
Nivedita madam is there, sir?
She will be there, I think so.
Okay.
Mr. Mohit, wait for some time.
Sure, sir. I am online only.
Yeah, we'll verify your certificate.
Leave the call, students.
Others can leave now.
Sir, I have a question. This is Vignesh.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, I had verified my documents as on 14th of February.
Okay.
But I received a mail on 16th.
Let's
16th of
that one. You have already verified.
Yes, I have verified, sir.
No need to be worried. Your verification done then.
Okay.
Where you have verified?
Through Google Meet, sir. You were the one who verified my documents.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I remember Mohit, the Vignesh, I remember.
Okay, sir. Fine.
No problem.
Hi, sir.
Yours is over.
Okay,
Hi,
sir. Thank you.
So I'm Bhuneshwaran. Actually,
Yes,
my verification is also not done. Can I give my verifications now? Actually, I have pinged you to WhatsApp yesterday.
No, not in WhatsApp. Physically, we need to see in video conferencing. You have to show your certificate.
Okay. I mean, like presently, can I show the certificate, or it will be allocated some other day, sir, for another Google Meet like that? I'm asking.
Tomorrow you can do tomorrow. Tomorrow again they are doing morning 10:30 or 11 o'clock. They will be doing verification.
Then okay, sir. I'm prepared with it. Can I give my mail ID, sir?
You tell me your application number.
1 minute, sir.
Just a second. Let me.
So can I tell my form number? Enroll number, sir. You want enroll number?